On Christmas Eve of 1999, Indian Airlines Flight 814 took off from Kathmandu bound for Delhi. Among its passengers were several South Asian diplomats who had attended a regional security conference. But they weren't the only ones on board with nefarious intent. 4 heavily armed men also made their way onto the plane, though it wasn't immediately clear what their agenda was. It would become obvious when, about an hour into the flight, they revealed their true colors. They gave the flight attendants cold looks and told them to turn the cabin lights down low. When the plane reached cruising altitude, they then began to make demands. The crew were told to turn the aircraft around and fly them to Kandahar, a city in Afghanistan controlled by the Taliban at the time. While the hijackers wore masks, one of them removed his to talk to the terrified crew, introducing himself as Harkani. He claimed that he was affiliated with the Harkani Network, an extremist group operating out of Afghanistan, and demanded the release of some imprisoned co-conspirators. This was the start of a harrowing week-long ordeal for the passengers and crew of Flight 814. But it soon became clear this wasn't your standard hijacking. So why did these terrorists target this flight? What was so special about the passengers? And how did it end? Let's talk about it. The plane was soon turned around and headed back towards Amritsar, where the passengers hoped to land and put an end to this terrifying situation. But just before reaching their destination, the pilots received another message from ATC. The hijackers wanted them to go to Lahore instead. By now, negotiations between the hijackers and the authorities were underway, but little did anyone know, there was a mole in the command center. As talks continued into the next day, the plane sat on the tarmac in Lahore. Another passenger told the Daily Mail that during this time, the hijackers looked tired and continuously asked for food, cigarettes, and drinks. He also said they could hear gunshots coming from outside the aircraft. We don't know if this was the work of Pakistani security or the hijackers' own paranoia, but it certainly didn't help calm the nerves of those on board. After 2 days in Lahore, the decision was made to move the passengers and crew to another aircraft. But when an Indian Airlines Boeing 737 arrived, the passengers refused to leave. They were understandably reluctant to leave the relative safety of the original plane for an aircraft that had been hijacked twice before. The first instance being a 1984 attack by Sikh extremists, while the second was carried out by a Kashmiri militant group in 1994. After much deliberation, all but 6 of the passengers left the plane, along with most of the crew. The 6 remaining passengers were described as hostages, not by the media, but by the Prime Minister of India, indicating the gravity of the situation. But, as we'll see, the arrival of the new passengers changed everything. Now that the plane had been emptied, it was time to refuel. But once the engines were turned on, the situation took another dramatic turn. The pilot reported smoke in the cockpit, and the hijackers suddenly seemed nervous. The plan was abandoned, and the aircraft stayed on the ground overnight. A day after arriving in Lahore, a new set of passengers boarded the plane. The Daily Mail reported that these passengers were all relatives of the hijackers, a fact confirmed by one of the hostages who saw them entering the plane with weapons. And it seems like this change of passengers was part of the hijackers' plan all along. A phone call between Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the Prime Minister of India, and Muhammad Zia-ul-Haq, the President of Pakistan, shed light on their intentions. The Pakistani president informed Vajpayee that the hijackers had demanded 3 things. First, they wanted their co-conspirators released from prison. Second, they demanded safe passage out of India for all 4 of them. And third, they asked for $5 million in ransom. Talks continued throughout the next few days as the plane stayed parked in Lahore. At one point, the hijackers apparently agreed to release some of the hostages, but this never materialized. As the situation dragged on, people began to die on board. One hostage later recalled seeing a pregnant woman and her child disembark the plane. But they were brought back on board soon after, presumably having suffered a miscarriage. Days passed and the situation appeared to be at a stalemate. It was becoming clear the Indian government would not agree to the hijackers' demands, especially the request for safe passage out of India. Then on December, the plane was moved again, this time to New Delhi. From here, it would be flown to Kandahar, Afghanistan, the final destination. The plane's movements were tracked by thousands of people who gathered at the Delhi airport hoping to catch a glimpse of the drama unfolding in front of them. Unfortunately for them, they got a lot more than they bargained for. At 6:32 p.m., as the plane approached the runway, a bomb exploded, killing one person on the ground and injuring many others. The incident prompted the Prime Minister to cancel his scheduled speech. Instead, he went into an emergency meeting with the top officials in the country. The aircraft landed safely and taxied to the gate, but no one was allowed to disembark. By this point, most of the hostages were reportedly too scared to leave the plane. That is understandable. Those who did leave were greeted by hundreds of angry protesters who blocked the road to the terminal, forcing the authorities to reroute the bus carrying the survivors. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining hostages stayed on the plane until it was dark. When they finally left, they looked pale and shaken. The hijackers also emerged from the plane. They had handed themselves over to the police, and it seems like they were trying to negotiate yet again. They wanted the hostages released in exchange for the 3 remaining passengers. However, this offer was rejected, possibly because the government feared another explosion. After the plane was cleared, the passengers and crew disembarked, many of them having endured 8 days of captivity. The moment they had all been waiting for had finally arrived. The Indian Prime Minister wasted no time addressing the nation. He declared that although the lives of the hostages were ruined, the country's prestige had been saved. But as far as the hijackers were concerned, they were treated more like celebrities than criminals. They were paraded in front of the press and taken to a local court. 2 of them were charged with terrorism, while the other 2 faced charges of murder and criminal conspiracy. In return, the Indian government handed over the conspirators the hijackers had requested to the Afghan authorities. Safe passage was not granted, however, and it seems like this was the point of contention that led to the horrific events on board Flight 814. As for the passengers and crew, they received counseling to help them cope with the trauma of the incident. But the government was also quick to defend itself against accusations that the hostages were poorly treated. Both the captain and the flight engineer were interviewed by the media, and both of them claimed that the passengers were well taken care of. But there were rumors that the authorities had covered up mistreatment of the hostages. Several reports alleged that the passengers were forced to relieve themselves on the plane, which was neither cleaned nor provided with adequate food and water. Additionally, the fact that the plane was moved multiple times added to the confusion and fear among the passengers. They simply did not know what to expect next. In the end, the flight was a tragic chapter in the history of Indian aviation. It was the longest hijack drama the country had seen since the infamous 1971 incident where a plane was hijacked and flown to Cuba. But this case was more complex due to the involvement of international actors, namely the Taliban. Their role in the incident highlights how transnational terrorism can destabilize an entire region. That said, India's handling of the crisis has been called into question. Had the Indian government played its cards right, maybe the hijackers wouldn't have succeeded in all their demands. Maybe they would have even given up earlier. But that didn't happen, and as a result, a bomb exploded, killing one person on the ground and injuring many others. While it's easy to look back and Monday morning quarterback the decisions made, the fact is that every second counted during those 8 days. With lives hanging in the balance, the government had to make difficult choices. How do you think they handled the situation? Let us know in the comments below. Thank you for watching this episode. If you like our short videos, subscribe to our channel. We'll see you next time. On July 1996, TWA Flight 800 was taking off from Kennedy International Airport in New York on its way to Paris. The 4-engine Boeing 747 jumbo jet had 234 people on board. As it climbed into the sky, no one on board had any idea that this would be the last flight of their lives. At 8:40 p.m., just 12 minutes after takeoff, the plane suddenly exploded into a fireball over the coast of Long Island, showering the beach below with debris. Miraculously, there were no survivors. This catastrophic accident sparked the largest investigation in aviation history and led to some of the most bizarre conspiracy theories ever. But what really happened on board Flight 800? Was it sabotage, terrorism, or a freak accident? And why did the official investigation fail to calm the public's fears? The initial impact of the explosion could be felt all the way in Manhattan, 20 miles away. Eyewitnesses described a massive ball of fire in the sky that appeared to be coming apart at the seams. Others saw human bodies falling from the plane, plummeting toward the water below like rain. At first, air traffic controllers assumed that Flight 800 had somehow managed to stay in the air despite being hit by multiple missiles. But then they realized something was wrong. There was no distress call from the cockpit. There was no mayday. Flight 800 was silent as it fell from the sky. A search and rescue operation was quickly launched involving more than 10,000 personnel. The Coast Guard dispatched boats and helicopters to the crash site while a handful of local fishermen raced to the scene in their private vessels. Within hours, the beach below the crash site was littered with debris, clothing, and personal items that had once belonged to the passengers and crew. Despite the magnitude of the disaster, there was still hope that some people may have survived the crash. But tragically, no one had. In the days following the crash, investigators began piecing together the final moments of Flight 800. Witnesses reported seeing the plane break apart in mid-air, which ruled out the possibility of a crash landing. Investigators also found no evidence that the pilots had made any distress calls or attempted to divert the plane. All of this suggested that whatever caused the explosion must have happened very quickly, leaving the pilots no time to respond. One piece of debris in particular caught the attention of investigators. It was a piece of the center wing tank, which is used to store fuel for the plane's engines. But the question was, how did this piece of debris end up on the beach? If the plane broke apart mid-air, shouldn't the wings have disintegrated along with the rest of the fuselage? To understand the significance of this clue, we need to take a closer look at how a plane like the 747 works. Most commercial aircraft are designed with two sets of wings, each equipped with two engines, one at the front and one at the back. The wings are connected to the fuselage by two large structures called wing boxes. Each wing box contains a center tank for storing fuel as well as pipes and wiring for the various systems on board the plane. When the engines are running, fuel is pumped from the center tanks through these pipes and wiring to the engine. The center tanks on the wings of a 747 are what's known as wet, meaning that they're accessible from inside the aircraft. This allows the crew to manually pump fuel from one wing to the other if necessary. On the day of the crash, Flight 800 took off from JFK with both center tanks full. But sometime after takeoff, the plane suddenly veered off course and began banking to the right. This sudden change in direction may have been caused by a malfunction in the indicators that tell the pilots how much fuel is in each tank, leading them to believe that the left wing was dangerously low on fuel. In response, the pilots began transferring fuel from the right wing to the left, unaware that it was already full. Once the tanks were full, the excess fuel had nowhere to go and began spilling out, causing the plane to lose altitude. Fuel continued to leak out until the plane was only 50 feet above the water, at which point the pilots realized their mistake. They immediately began banking the plane back to the right in an attempt to level off, but it was too late. The plane was now dangerously unstable and began to break apart in mid-air, causing the explosion that was witnessed by so many people on the ground. So, does this mean that the crash was simply a case of pilot error? Well, not exactly. While it's true that the pilots made a mistake, they were likely unaware that the fuel line connecting the two center tanks was clogged, which prevented the fuel from flowing properly. This malfunction in the fuel system is what ultimately led to the disaster. But who was responsible for maintaining the fuel system? The answer is an American company called General Electric, which had recently overhauled the fuel system as part of a routine maintenance check. According to the official report, a technician accidentally installed a faulty valve in the wrong direction, which led to the clog in the fuel line. In other words, human error on the part of a single technician was ultimately responsible for the deaths of 234 people. Despite this conclusion, many people still refuse to believe that such a catastrophic accident could have been caused by such a small mistake. Instead, they turned to the government and asked, "What are you hiding from us? Why do we not have all the answers?" You see, in the aftermath of the crash, there was a fundamental breakdown in trust between the public and the authorities. People were demanding answers, but the authorities didn't have any. One of the main reasons for this was that the crash site was located in one of the busiest stretches of airspace in the world. And as a result, the wreckage of Flight 800 was scattered across a wide area, making it difficult to recover. In addition, the heat from the explosion had completely destroyed many of the crucial components of the plane, which meant that investigators were working with very little to go on. As if this wasn't bad enough, several key pieces of evidence were never recovered, including the flight data recorder, which contained information about the plane's performance in the minutes leading up to the crash, and the cockpit voice recorder, which could have provided valuable insight into what the pilots were saying and doing in the moments before the disaster. Without these crucial pieces of evidence, investigators were essentially in the dark. They had no way of knowing what went wrong on board Flight 800. After 5 months of searching, investigators were finally able to piece together a timeline of events leading up to the crash. But by this point, people had already lost faith in the investigation. Many believed that the government was covering up the truth about the crash. Some even went as far as to say that the explosion was caused by a terrorist attack or a missile fired from a submarine. But why did people turn to these outlandish theories? The reason is simple. When faced with a tragedy of this magnitude, people naturally want answers. And if the authorities can't provide those answers, they'll turn to the next best thing: conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories are appealing in times of crisis because they offer a sense of control in a chaotic world. When faced with a tragedy like the crash of Flight 800, people want to believe that there was someone to blame, that there was a single person or entity responsible for the disaster. Otherwise, they might feel like they themselves are responsible for allowing such a tragedy to happen. But here's the problem. By blaming someone or something else, people often end up causing more harm than good. In the case of Flight 800, the conspiracy theories surrounding the crash led to a great deal of confusion and mistrust. They made it difficult for the authorities to do their job, and they prevented the families of the victims from ever getting closure. The reality is that sometimes tragedies just happen. There's no conspiracy, no cover-up, just random events that occur at the wrong time. But when this happens, people need to be careful of the conclusions they jump to. They need to remember that not every disaster has a culprit, and not every tragedy can be blamed on someone else. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like and subscribe for more content. Thank you for watching. It's been nearly half a century since a man hijacked a plane for $200,000 in ransom, jumped out of it with a parachute, and was never seen again. We don't know if he lived or died, but the mystery around what happened to him has endured for all this time. So, who was D.B. Cooper? What really happened to him? And why is his story still talked about today? Let's find out. The year was 1971, and Dan Cooper wasn't your average man. He was an ordinary guy living an extraordinary life. At least, that's how he saw it. By day, he was a lumberjack working hard at his job. But by night, he became a gambler, trying his luck at the blackjack table. He was even known to frequent the Brinks armored truck stop in Portland, Oregon, where he would cash his paychecks. Apparently, he liked the thrill of winning big or losing everything at the roulette wheel. However, there was something different about this regular gambler. He always seemed to have enough money to cover his losses and then some. This made him quite popular amongst the other patrons who thought that maybe Cooper knew something about winning the game that they didn't. However, little did they know that Cooper wasn't just lucky. He had a plan. As the months passed, Cooper saved up enough money to buy himself a brand new Volkswagen Beetle. Then one day when he went to collect his paycheck from Brink's armored truck, he brought along 2 empty suitcases. One was used to transport the money, while the other was used to smuggle the cash out of the store. With his getaway car waiting outside, Cooper managed to escape undetected and disappeared. This was not the first time he had done something like this. In fact, it had become a habit for him. In total, over the years, he stole more than $400,000 from the Brinks armored trucks. How exactly he managed to do it without anyone noticing remains a mystery. Some believe that he had accomplices on the inside helping him move the money out of the store unnoticed. Others say that he simply knew how to blend in and avoid detection. Whatever the case may be, authorities never caught up to him and the trail went cold after several years. But it wasn't long before Cooper came up with another audacious plan that would make him famous across the country. On November 24, 1971, Cooper boarded a Northwest Orient Airlines flight from Portland to Seattle with a stopover in Washington State. He had chosen this particular flight because it was known to have very few passengers, which meant less attention for him. Plus, it was also cheaper than other flights. Little did he know that this trip would go down in history as one of the most daring crimes ever committed. He sat quietly on the plane for a while until it was time for takeoff. As the pilot opened the cabin door to board the passengers, Cooper pulled out a small briefcase and said loudly, "I want to speak to the pilot." When the plane took off and reached cruising altitude, Cooper signaled to the flight attendant that he needed to talk to the captain again. This time he handed over a note that read, "I have a bomb. I want to be left alone." The flight attendant immediately went to get the pilot. After reading the note, the captain came back to Cooper and asked him what he wanted. Cooper replied, "I want $200,000 in cash, 4 parachutes, and a new route." The captain was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and tried to reason with Cooper. He told him that the FBI would be waiting for him when he landed, but Cooper wasn't afraid. He insisted that he had a bomb and would detonate it if he didn't get what he wanted. With no other choice, the captain agreed to Cooper's demands and set course for Mexico City. After flying for several hours, the plane began its descent into Mexico City International Airport. As they prepared to land, Cooper asked for another 4 parachutes, which were dropped into the aircraft. He then donned a black suit and a black hat, buckled up, secured his briefcase, and waited. When the plane was just 100 feet above the ground, Cooper opened the rear cargo door and jumped out with a parachute. As he drifted away from the aircraft, he could be heard shouting, "Thanks for the nice ride, guys," before vanishing into the darkness. The pilot immediately contacted the authorities and reported the incident. A search party was quickly organized and several people were sent out to look for Cooper. But there was no sign of him anywhere. It's believed that Cooper landed in a heavily forested area near the Columbia River. Despite extensive searches, neither Cooper nor any trace of his parachute was ever found. The FBI was baffled. They had no idea what had happened to him. Did he survive the jump? If so, where did he go? Or perhaps he never jumped at all and had fled in another way. The truth was, no one knew. As the days turned into weeks, the media began to speculate. Theories abounded, but none could be confirmed. Some claimed that Cooper had been seen in Mexico City, while others said he was spotted in Canada. There were even rumors that he had been captured by foreign spies. However, none of these stories could be substantiated and soon died down. In the years that followed, the FBI continued to investigate the case, but they hit dead end after dead end. There was no evidence to suggest that Cooper had survived the jump, but there was no proof that he had died either. The mystery only deepened with time. Today, Cooper's case remains one of the most perplexing unsolved mysteries in history. There are many theories about what happened to him, but no one knows for sure. Some believe that he faked his death and spent the rest of his life evading authorities. Others think that he was killed during the jump or shortly afterwards. Still, others believe that Cooper never intended to jump at all, but rather planned to steal the plane and fly it to Mexico. Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain: D.B. Cooper's legacy lives on. His story has inspired books, TV shows, movies, and video games. People still search for answers in the woods near the river where he allegedly landed. And every year on the anniversary of the hijacking, the media runs new stories about the case. Who was D.B. Cooper really? Was he a hero who outsmarted the system, a villain who put innocent lives at risk, or simply a troubled man who snapped? We may never know the answer to this question, but we can appreciate the mystery surrounding his case and the intrigue it continues to hold for us today. It seems almost impossible that someone could vanish without a trace in this day and age. Yet, Cooper managed to evade authorities for all these years. Even if he is still alive, it is unlikely that he will ever be caught. He was a master planner and had a knack for staying one step ahead of the law. It is possible that he lived out the remainder of his days in hiding, knowing that the world would never forget him. D.B. Cooper is a fascinating character whose story continues to captivate people around the world. Whether he was a criminal mastermind or a desperate gambler, one thing is clear: his actions had a lasting impact on those who knew him and those who investigated his case. The mystery of D.B. Cooper is one that may never be solved, but it is a story that we cannot help but be drawn to. His case has inspired countless theories, documentaries, and even movies. People still search for clues in the woods near the river where he allegedly landed. And every year on the anniversary of the hijacking, the media runs new stories about the case. So, who was D.B. Cooper really? That's a question that has been debated for decades. Some believe that he was a hero who outsmarted the system, while others see him as a villain who put innocent lives at risk. The truth is, we may never know for sure. What do you think happened to D.B. Cooper? Do you think he survived the jump or was killed? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos like this. Thanks for watching. It was the largest loss of life involving a commercial airliner since the Tenerife disaster. And, like that accident, it happened due to a series of errors, some of which can only be described as unbelievable. On September 1, 1983, tensions were high between the USSR and the USA as both superpowers were engaged in an intense military exercise. As part of this, the Soviets had set up an extensive no-fly zone within their airspace. However, unbeknownst to the world, one Korean Airlines Boeing 747 was about to enter this restricted zone. This is the story of Korean Air Flight 007. The flight we're talking about today began like any other flight. On that day, KAL 007 departed from New York City at 12:29 p.m. Eastern Time, bound for Seoul with a stopover in Anchorage. The Boeing 747-200 was making the trip from New York to Anchorage, and then on to Seoul with a total of 269 people on board. This consisted of 250 passengers and 19 crew members. After a stopover in Anchorage where they refueled and resupplied, the four-engine jet took off from the airport at 11:25 p.m. local time. With the flight now under the command of Captain Chun, the pilots were handed off to Anchorage Approach Control, who gave them a route that would take them over Soviet airspace. The pilots acknowledged and expected to continue the journey towards their final destination. But this is where things began to take a turn for the worst. As the aircraft continued on its path, Soviet radar operators detected the presence of the 747. This caused some concern as the aircraft was flying in an area that had been declared off-limits due to military exercises. As the Boeing 747 approached the edge of the restricted zone, alarms sounded and red lights flashed as the pilots of KAL 007 unknowingly entered the forbidden airspace. Although the aircraft had strayed dangerously off course, there was no indication that the plane was in any immediate danger. As dawn broke, the passengers of Korean Air Flight 007 woke up not knowing that their lives were hanging in the balance. Their flight path had taken them deep into Soviet territory and they were now flying over the Sea of Japan. At this point, the Soviets had been tracking the plane for quite some time and had already established its identity. They knew that the aircraft was a civilian airliner and that it had veered far off course. However, attempts to contact the pilots of the plane had been unsuccessful. The Soviets believed that this was likely because the pilots were unaware that they had entered Soviet airspace. This lack of response heightened the tension surrounding the situation. As the sun rose higher in the sky, the pressure mounted on the Soviets to act. It was now apparent that the intrusion was no accident. Despite the risk to civilian lives, they needed to recover the plane and prevent it from gathering intelligence on sensitive military installations. With no other choice, the Soviets made the decision to intercept the aircraft. 2 Su-15 interceptor jets were dispatched to escort the Boeing 747 out of the restricted area. Meanwhile, 2 more Su-15s were placed on standby, ready to intercept if needed. By this time, the pilots of KAL-007 were aware that they were in trouble. They had received multiple warnings from air traffic control, and the authorities in Seoul were frantically trying to contact them. However, the pilots seemed to be unaware of the gravity of the situation. As the first Soviet interceptors approached the Boeing 747, the pilots of the 747 appeared to become aware of their predicament. The captain turned the plane away from the oncoming fighter jets, but the maneuver was too little, too late. One of the Soviet pilots reported seeing flares ejected from the 747, which suggested that the aircraft was attempting to evade the interception. However, the Soviets believed that these flares were merely chaff, which are designed to confuse enemy radar systems and increase the difficulty of locking onto the aircraft with a missile. As the confrontation continued, the Soviets became increasingly frustrated by the lack of cooperation from the 747's pilots. After several attempts to establish contact, they decided to fire a warning shot across the nose of the 747. This was done to intimidate the pilots and force them to comply with the instructions to land the plane in Siberia. However, the pilot of the 747 seemed unfazed and continued to ignore the repeated demands to turn the aircraft around. The Soviets felt that they had no choice but to escalate the situation further. One of the interceptors fired another missile, this time striking the right wing of the Boeing 747. The impact of the missile caused a fuel tank on the wing to explode, setting the entire aircraft on fire. A second missile was fired, hitting the tail section of the 747 and causing it to break apart. The once mighty airliner was now a burning wreck plummeting towards the sea. The 269 people on board had no chance of survival as the aircraft was torn apart mid-air. Fragments of the plane rained down into the sea as the 747 disintegrated. In the aftermath of the disaster, the Soviet government attempted to recover as much of the wreckage as possible. However, much of the debris from KAL-007 remains scattered across the ocean floor to this day. This has made it difficult to determine the exact cause of the crash and has left many questions unanswered. As news of the tragedy spread around the world, outrage and condemnation were directed towards the Soviet Union. The international community accused the Soviets of committing an act of aggression and violating international law. The shooting down of a civilian airliner without warning or justification was seen as a blatant disregard for human life. Amid the chaos and confusion that followed the incident, speculation began to spread about the true intentions behind the Soviet actions. Some believed that the incident was a deliberate act of aggression, while others saw it as a tragic accident. The release of the black box recordings helped to shed light on what had transpired during the fateful flight. It revealed that the pilots had indeed strayed significantly off course, entering Soviet airspace without realizing it. Additionally, the recordings showed that the pilots had failed to respond to repeated warnings from air traffic control, perhaps due to a combination of complacency and miscommunication. Despite the efforts of the investigators, many questions still remain unanswered. The true motivations behind the Soviet actions have never been fully revealed. Some believe that the Soviets were genuinely concerned about the aircraft's presence in their airspace and that they acted to protect their national security. Others argue that the incident was a deliberate act of provocation aimed at the United States. What is certain is that the shooting down of KAL-007 remains one of the most controversial incidents in aviation history. It serves as a chilling reminder of the dangers of the Cold War era and the lengths to which the superpowers were willing to go to protect their interests. As we reflect on this tragedy, it is important to remember the human cost of such conflicts. The 269 innocent lives that were lost on board Cal 007 were a stark reminder of the devastating impact of war and the importance of seeking peaceful resolutions to international disputes. The crash prompted a wave of grief and mourning around the world as people came to terms with the magnitude of the disaster. Memorial services were held and vigils were organized to honor the memory of those who had perished. The global community stood united in their sorrow, recognizing that such a tragedy had no place in an increasingly interconnected world. In the aftermath of the crash, calls for accountability and justice grew louder. The international community demanded that the Soviet Union provide a full explanation for the downing of the plane and hold those responsible to account. Diplomatic tensions escalated as the two superpowers engaged in a heated exchange of accusations and denials. However, amidst the political turmoil, a glimmer of hope emerged. As the world grappled with the tragedy, it also became a catalyst for change. It led to renewed calls for diplomatic solutions to international conflicts and a reduction in military tensions. The horrific loss of life served as a grim reminder of the fragility of peace and the need for dialogue and understanding in an era defined by ideological differences. The legacy of Cal 007 continues to resonate today, serving as a somber reminder of the human cost of conflict and the importance of seeking peaceful resolutions to international disputes. Thank you for watching this episode. If you like the videos that I make, do consider liking and subscribing. It will really help us grow. I will catch you guys next time. Stay safe. Hey there, and welcome to this channel where we cover all things aviation from the 1920s to the 1960s. Today's story is a very interesting one, and it's about the wreck of a KLM Constellation in the Azores. It killed 30 people, including a Belgian prince. And, although it was a terrible accident, it's still surrounded by lots of suspicion and conspiracy theories even to this day. So, let's dive right into it. On December 24, 1949, a KLM Constellation left New York for Amsterdam with stops in Montreal, Ireland, and Lisbon. The plane was carrying 30 passengers and 7 crew members. 2 days later, on December 26th, the plane left Lisbon at 1:35 p.m. and headed out to its final destination of Amsterdam. At this point, the plane was fully fueled for the last leg of its journey, but less than an hour after takeoff at around 2:20 p.m., contact was lost with the plane. Now, when this happened, the pilots were apparently flying through some pretty bad weather. They had been advised of strong headwinds and turbulence at their cruising altitude of 21,000 feet, so they decided to descend down to 18,000 feet to try and avoid some of that. Now, while descending, the pilots turned on the autopilot and set the plane to 180 degrees. This meant that the plane would be flying directly toward the Azores Islands, which were approximately 120 miles away. Shortly after, air traffic control picked up a distress call from the plane stating that they were having trouble with their instruments. 1 minute later, the pilot came back on the radio and said that they had turned the autopilot off and were starting to climb again. That was the last transmission they ever made. After a search was conducted, wreckage was found on the northeast side of the island of Santa Maria in the Azores. Among the dead were Prince Bernardo Day, the nobility, and his wife, who were on their way to Brussels. Apparently, the prince was scheduled to testify against his family in a corruption trial. So he decided to flee to Brazil, but ended up dying in the crash instead. Of the 37 people on board, only 2 survived. The investigation found that the pilots were likely victims of a slow-acting hypoxia. You see, oxygen levels decrease with altitude, and at some point, if you're not careful, you can reach altitudes where there's not enough oxygen to keep you conscious. Now, earlier in the flight, the pilots had asked for and received supplemental oxygen when they reached 21,000 feet, but somehow they didn't use the oxygen when they started to climb again. As a result, they both blacked out and the plane continued climbing all the way until it hit the water, causing the crash. Now, this explanation makes sense, and it also ties in nicely with the autopsy results. But there are still a lot of unanswered questions. For example, the plane should have had plenty of fuel to make it all the way to Amsterdam. But when the survivors were rescued, they said that the pilots had to turn back because they were running low on fuel. Another strange thing is that the pilots' bodies were found strapped in their seats with no sign of struggle, but the flight engineer's body was found unstrapped and lying on the floor. Also, someone on the plane had turned off the autopilot system, but nobody knew why. None of the survivors had any memory of this happening. The strangest part of the crash, however, was that just 5 months prior to the crash, another KLM Constellation had crashed under very similar circumstances. That plane had also taken off from Lisbon and was also en route to Amsterdam. That plane also suffered from a slow-acting hypoxia, and all 27 people on board were killed. Now, obviously, the fact that 2 planes crashed in almost the exact same way within a short period of time was very suspicious. So the Dutch government ordered an inquiry into both crashes. Their findings were shocking. It turns out that both planes were sabotaged by someone injecting air into the oxygen supply. When you inject air into the oxygen bottles that aircraft use, the pressure inside the bottle increases, which in turn causes the oxygen masks to automatically deploy. Once the oxygen masks are deployed, it removes the oxygen-enriched air from the cockpit and replaces it with the oxygen-starved air from inside the plane. This is what leads to the slow-acting hypoxia that eventually kills you. This might seem like an open and shut case, but there are still a lot of unanswered questions. For example, who would have had access to these oxygen bottles and why would they want to do this? The Dutch Safety Board suspected that a disgruntled employee was responsible, but they couldn't come to a definitive conclusion. They also looked into the possibility of the United States being responsible, but they ruled this out. The reason for this was because the United States and the Netherlands had a mutual agreement that said that neither country could sabotage the other's aircraft. To make matters worse, the United States had recently developed a way to cause explosive decompression mid-flight, and they had been testing it out on some aircraft. In the end, the United States denied any responsibility, and the sabotage went unpunished. But over the years, many conspiracy theories have popped up. Some say that the British were behind the attacks, perhaps as revenge for the Dutch supporting Indonesia during the Dutch-Indonesian War. Others believe that the Portuguese were responsible because they were angry that the 2 KLM planes were flying over their territory. Then there are the people who believe that the U.S. was behind it all, citing a lack of evidence to the contrary. However, the fact of the matter is that we may never know who did this or why. Even though this was a terrible tragedy and the loss of life was great, it's a remarkable story of survival. Imagine being in a plane with your loved ones, looking forward to a wonderful vacation or catching up with friends and family. And then suddenly, without warning, everything goes wrong and your life hangs in the balance. The survivors of this crash never forgot what happened that day, and they spent the rest of their lives trying to raise awareness about safety in the aviation industry. Their story is a reminder for all of us that no matter how safe we think our mode of transportation is, we should always be prepared for the unexpected. I hope you enjoyed today's video. If you did, please click the like button below and subscribe to the channel, so you can be notified when we upload a new video. If you have anything to add to this, please leave a comment below. We really enjoy reading them. Thank you for watching, stay safe, and we'll see you next time. This is the story of Air France Flight 447. On May 2009, an Airbus A330 was flying from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, to Paris, France. The plane took off at 11:30 p.m. local time, and the pilots quickly got the plane on autopilot to go climb to their cruising altitude. They then set the plane's speed to 460 knots, which is about 852 kilometers per hour. At this point, they were in what's known as level flight. The plane was just cruising along steadily. The first officer was piloting the plane and the captain was observing. About an hour into the flight, the first officer slowed down the plane to 420 knots, which is about 778 kilometers per hour. This put them well below their target speed. So the captain asked the first officer if he had engaged the speed limit, but the first officer said no. This went on for a few minutes until the ground proximity warning system, also known as the GPWS, activated. It gave 3 warnings, one after the other. Pull up, gear up, go around. Those warnings mean the plane is getting too low to the ground. And even though it didn't make sense because they were 11,000 meters above sea level, the pilots reacted anyway. They pushed the engines to max power and started climbing. Within seconds, the plane was climbing at its max rate. It went from 11,000 meters all the way up to 12,500 meters in just 3 minutes. But the plane wasn't out of the woods yet, because while the pilots were busy reacting to those warnings, they forgot to put the plane back on autopilot. So now the plane was climbing steeply with no automation helping them. Needless to say, this wouldn't end well. At 2:21 a.m., the plane reached its highest altitude during the whole flight. Then it started descending at a never-before-seen rate. In fact, this would be the fastest descent the plane ever did. It went from 12,000 meters all the way down to 7,000 meters in just 7 minutes. It hit the water hard, and the plane broke apart. All 228 people on board lost their lives. For the next 2 years, nobody knew what happened to this plane. That is until June 2011, when deep-sea robots discovered the first piece of debris from this plane more than 3,800 meters underwater. The discovery of this wreck was huge because Air France Flight 447 was the first time in history that an accident like this happened. Before this, planes that disappeared like this were often lost to history. It wasn't until the wreckage was found that we learned what really happened. So, what caused this disaster? Well, the pilots are ultimately responsible for this crash, but there are a lot of factors that lead up to this. First of all, the day before the flight, the pilots requested a change in route due to weather. This changed their route by about 170 kilometers. Now, normally, that's not a big deal, but here's where things get interesting. This small change in route put the plane right through a band of thunderstorms. Now, these thunderstorms weren't your average thunderstorms. Oh no. These were so bad that they caused multiple planes to reroute. Air France Flight 4427 was one of only 2 planes that decided to press on through. When the plane entered those thunderstorms, it got hit by multiple ice crystals. Those ice crystals jammed the pitot tubes. If you don't know what a pitot tube is, it's essentially a small tube that measures the airspeed of the plane. Basically, the ice crystals blocked the pitot tubes, meaning the plane had no idea how fast it was going. When this happened, the computers calculated that the plane was going faster than it actually was. So, it thought the plane was losing speed, even though it wasn't. Because the plane was flying through such bad weather, the pilots couldn't use their instruments to figure out the airspeed of the plane. They couldn't see outside either because it was pitch black and night. They were completely in the dark. With all of this going on, the pilots started taking manual control of the plane to keep it within the limits. They were doing everything manually, from controlling the speed of the plane to controlling its altitude. As you can imagine, that's quite hard to do. And that's when things started to unravel. The pilots pulled back on the stick thinking they were maintaining the correct altitude. But because of all the ice, the plane started to descend very slowly. That's why, when the GPWS started going off, it gave the pilots less than 30 seconds to react. To make matters worse, the GPWS warnings were heard by only one pilot, the captain. The first officer was trying to talk to air traffic control, so he had his headphones on. The captain called out the warnings, but the first officer didn't hear him. This led to miscommunication between the 2 pilots, meaning neither of them took control of the plane. In the cockpit, the captain was yelling at the first officer, telling him to pull up, but the first officer didn't do anything. That's because he assumed that the captain was talking about something else. It wasn't until the captain pressed the stick pusher button that both pilots realized how close they were to the ground. For those who don't know, a stick pusher is a safety feature that physically pushes the control stick forward. When a plane gets too close to the ground, basically it kicks in whenever the GPWS does. In this case, the stick pusher kicked in twice, once when they were at 11,000 meters and again when they were at 7,000 meters. The second push would have definitely woken up both pilots from their stupor. That's why both pilots pushed the engines to max power. But by that point, it was too late. The plane was going way too fast to arrest the descent. That's why the plane hit the ocean surface like a brick wall. If that wasn't bad enough, there was another problem. After the plane hit the water, the data showed that the pilots tried to take control of the plane, but they couldn't. That's because the design of the A330 makes it almost impossible to control during a steep dive like that. According to the report, quote, "The aircraft had no protection against the risk of flight controllability issues during the ultimate phases of the flight." So, basically, the design of this plane made it almost impossible for the pilots to control. That is probably why the plane dived straight into the ocean without any attempt to maneuver or level off. To make matters worse, when the plane hit the water, it created a massive fireball. This fire was so intense that it literally vaporized the plane, so nobody on board could have survived this. But still, some survivors somehow managed to escape. Out of the 228 people on board, 6 were found alive. Sadly, all 6 would pass away from hypothermia. But still, that's quite impressive considering that they spent the whole night in the ocean. But what's even more impressive is that nobody was prepared for this. You see, when this plane went missing, authorities assumed that it had been hijacked. That's why they spent months searching an area the size of Texas. But 2 years later, when the wreckage was found, they realized that the plane hadn't gone down near the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It had gone down far away from that. In fact, the plane had gone down off the coast of Brazil. To make matters worse, the plane was moving at such a high velocity that the impact left a furrow in the ocean. Here's just how fast this plane was going when it hit the ocean. Quote, "The 200-meter-long furrow in the seabed was about 20 meters wide at the bottom and about 4 meters deep. The furrow demonstrates the high kinetic energy of the aircraft at impact. This tragedy changed aviation forever. That's because before this, airliners were allowed to cruise at lower altitudes if they wanted to save fuel. But after this, every single plane was required to have an alternate airspeed mode. This ensures that if something happens to the primary airspeed indicators, there will always be a backup. But what do you think? What could have prevented this disaster? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Also, don't forget to stay tuned for more aviation disasters every week. On October 22, 1962, Flying Tiger Line Flight 78 Fuanim was supposed to be just another routine cargo flight for the crew of 4. They were ferrying supplies from Japan to U.S. troops in South Korea, and then they would do the return trip with more supplies. It was a vital mission that helped keep the war effort going. But when the plane never arrived at its destination, it kicked off a desperate search and rescue mission. The problem is, no one knows what happened to the plane or its crew. The aircraft simply vanished into thin air. Now, this case is not only one of the most mysterious missing aircraft cases in history, but also another entry in the long and eerie list of Tiger flights lost to time. So, let's dive deep into this week's episode. The year is 1962, and the Korean War has been over for 2 years. The U.S. and North Korea are still technically at war, but the fighting has mostly come to a halt and the situation is relatively calm. This will change later with the outbreak of the Pueblo Crisis in January 1963. But that is a story for another day. For now, we are focusing on the mystery of Flight 7815. In October 1962, Flying Tiger Line had been awarded a contract by the United States Air Force to transport cargo within the Pacific Area of Responsibility. More specifically, the contract entailed transporting cargo between Japan and Korea, as well as various locations in between, including Okinawa, Taiwan, and the Philippines. These missions were important because they allowed the U.S. military to maintain a constant supply of fresh food and other essential goods to its troops stationed in Korea. And so it was that the pilots and crews of Flying Tiger Line played an essential role in supporting the war effort. The contract required the use of specific types of aircraft, namely the C-47, C-54, and C-119, which were all reliable and well-maintained. But, as we have seen before, these aircraft were getting old, and this meant that there was always the possibility of mechanical issues arising during flight. But despite these challenges, the pilots and crews of Flying Tiger Line were up to the task. They were experienced and well-trained professionals who understood the importance of their missions. Now, on October 22, 1962, Captain John Kenneth Whiteside and his 3 crew members were preparing to embark on one such mission. Their route would take them from Japan to Korea, where they would pick up cargo and deliver it to various locations before returning to Japan. However, on that fateful day, fate had other plans for them. At 9:50 a.m. local time, the crew of Flight 7815 took off from Suwon Air Base in South Korea, bound for Fukuoka, Japan. On board were 2 pilots, a navigator and a flight engineer, as well as a loadmaster and several tons of cargo. The flight was uneventful, and the crew was making good time. As they approached their destination, the crew of Flight 7815 prepared for landing. They contacted the control tower and received clearance to land. But as they lined up with the runway, something went wrong. The plane suddenly banked sharply to the left, and the crew struggled to regain control. The passengers screamed in terror as they were thrown off their seats. The plane hit the ground hard and burst into flames, and then everything went black. The last thing the pilot remembered was the sound of the wind rushing past him as he struggled to keep the plane under control. Then everything went silent. He opened his eyes to darkness. The plane was a fiery inferno, and he could feel the heat of the flames licking at his skin. He was trapped. He tried to move, but realized that his legs were pinned under the wreckage. He was bleeding and in shock. He struggled to free himself as the fire grew closer, but it was no use. Soon the flames engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. When emergency services arrived at the scene, they found nothing but a pile of smoldering metal. There was no sign of the crew and no indication as to what had caused the crash. In the days that followed, investigators combed through the wreckage trying to piece together what had happened. They found no evidence of mechanical failure or foul play. The plane had simply lost altitude and crashed. But why? As time passed, the hope of finding the crew alive faded. The families of the victims were left in limbo, desperate for answers but getting none. The crash of Flight 7815 remains one of the most mysterious aviation accidents in history. Despite numerous investigations, the cause of the crash has never been determined. Some believe that the plane may have hit a flock of birds, while others suspect that it may have been sabotaged. Still, others believe that the plane may have simply gone off course and crashed into the water. But without any evidence, these can only be theories. And here is where the mystery takes a turn for the bizarre. The crash of Flight 7815 is not the only incident in the history of Flying Tiger Line that has never been explained. In fact, there have been several other incidents that have left many wondering about the fate of the company. In 1944, for example, a Flying Tiger Line C-47 was flying from India to China when it disappeared over the Himalayas. The plane was carrying a valuable cargo of war supplies, and its crew of 5 was never heard from again. Then, in 1954, a Flying Tiger Line C-119 was flying from Korea to Japan when it went off course and crashed in northern Japan. The crash killed all 13 people on board, and the cause of the crash remains unknown. And who could forget the infamous Flying Tiger Line Flight 705, which vanished over the Pacific Ocean in 1960, killing all 112 people on board. Some have speculated that the company was cursed, while others believe that there is something more sinister at play. There are those who believe that the company was intentionally targeted by forces beyond our understanding. Others believe that the company was the victim of sabotage by groups with nefarious motives. Whatever the truth may be, one thing is certain. The disappearance of Flying Tiger Line Flight 7815 and other similar incidents will forever remain a mystery. So, what do you think happened to Flight 7815? Do you think the plane crashed due to mechanical failure, pilot error, or something more sinister? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Also, if you liked the video, be sure to check out the other videos in the series. Thanks for watching. The Great Silver Plate Incident. In 1955, a United States Air Force B-47 bomber was carrying nuclear weapon material when it suddenly disappeared over the North Sea. The aircraft had taken off from its base in England earlier that morning and was flying over the North Sea toward Canada as part of a training exercise. But the plane never arrived at its destination. Even more disturbing, no trace of the aircraft or its crew was ever found. What happened to the B-47, and why did the U.S. Air Force do everything they could to cover up the incident? This is our channel, and today we're answering the extraordinary question: what happened to the lost B-47 bomber, and where is it now? Before we begin, be sure to stay updated with our latest stories. The B-47 Stratojet was one of the first jet-powered bombers developed by the United States and was operated by the USAF and later the U.S. Air Force during the Cold War. Nicknamed the Ancient Airframe, it made its first flight in 1947 and entered active service just 2 years later. It was primarily designed as a low-level penetration bomber capable of reaching the Soviet Union despite enemy air defenses. Over 385 of these aircraft were manufactured. And as an interesting side note, the B-47 was the first airplane to fly continuously around the world without refueling. On January 5, 1955, a B-47 was to fly from the Royal Air Force Base of Burtonwood, England, to Canada as part of a training exercise involving a mid-air refueling. At approximately 6:42 a.m., the B-47 took off from Burtonwood. Its pilots were Captain Robert H. McFall and First Lieutenant John W. And the aircraft also carried 2 other crew members, Captain Edward J. Saylor and Sergeant Forrest L. At the time of the incident, the B-47 was assigned to the 43rd Bombardment Squadron, 10th Bombardment Wing, and was ferrying nuclear weapon material from the United Kingdom to Canada for further testing. However, the materials being transported were not considered weapons grade and posed no danger to the crews involved. Nevertheless, due to the sensitivity surrounding nuclear technology, details of the incident were classified for decades. Around 8:30 a.m., the pilot of a Canadian CF-100 aircraft spotted the missing B-47 and reported the incident to the Royal Canadian Air Force Base at Groton, Massachusetts. Immediately, the United States began searching for the missing plane. American and Canadian fighter jets were dispatched to search for the B-47, and Air Force radar planes were sent out to help locate the missing aircraft. Search efforts focused initially on the North Sea area, but were later expanded to include portions of Maine, New Hampshire, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island. Unfortunately, none of the search efforts proved successful, and no trace of the missing B-47 or its 4 crew members was ever found. However, reports at the time indicated that witnesses had seen the B-47 in difficulty and that it appeared to have been hit by something, possibly a missile. This led to speculation that the aircraft may have been down due to technical difficulties or enemy action. The disappearance of the B-47 and its 4 crew members remains a mystery to this day. Over the years, various theories have been put forward to try to explain what happened to the aircraft. One theory is that the B-47 was lost due to mechanical issues. In particular, some have suggested that the plane's autopilot system malfunctioned, causing it to veer off course and ultimately crash into the sea. Others have pointed to possible human error as a cause of the accident. It's been suggested that the pilots may have become disoriented or made a wrong decision during the flight that led to the plane's disappearance. Another popular theory is that the B-47 was shot down by a Soviet missile. During the Cold War, tensions were high between the United States and the Soviet Union, and there were fears that a small conflict could potentially escalate into a full-blown nuclear war. Given the fact that the B-47 was carrying nuclear weapon material, it's possible that the Soviets may have seen the plane as a threat and decided to shoot it down. However, there's no concrete evidence to support this theory, and it remains just one of many possible explanations for what happened to the B-47. One of the most compelling aspects of this case is the lack of any solid answers. Despite extensive searches and investigations, no wreckage from the B-47 has ever been recovered, and the final resting place of the aircraft and its crew remains unknown. This has led to numerous conspiracy theories over the years, with some believing that the plane was deliberately hidden by the government to cover up sensitive technology or a nuclear accident. However, there's no evidence to support these claims, and it's more likely that the aircraft simply broke apart upon impact with the water, making recovery efforts extremely difficult. While the true fate of the B-47 and its crew remains unknown, the incident serves as a reminder of the risks and dangers of the Cold War era. The potential for nuclear war was always present, and accidents like the one involving the B-47 could have had catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed and the world was spared a nuclear disaster. Now, let's take a look at the cover-up. It appears that the Air Force attempted to conceal the fact that the aircraft was carrying radioactive materials at the time of its disappearance. Documents obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request revealed that the Air Force had intentionally omitted this critical detail from public statements about the incident. On January 8, 1955, the Air Force released a press statement regarding the missing bomber. However, this statement failed to mention that the aircraft was carrying radioactive materials. Instead, the Air Force claimed that the plane was on a routine training mission. This omission was deliberate, as the Air Force was concerned that the public would panic if they knew that a nuclear-powered aircraft was missing. This secrecy only added to the mystery surrounding the incident and fueled public fears about the safety of nuclear technology. Furthermore, the Air Force reportedly ordered the media not to publish any information about the incident, including eyewitness accounts that suggested the plane had been hit by a missile. This media blackout prevented the public from learning the full story of what happened to the B-47 and its crew. The Air Force's actions during this incident raised concerns about their commitment to transparency and their willingness to keep secrets from the public. By withholding information about the aircraft's cargo, the Air Force created a climate of fear and mistrust. The public was left in the dark about the true nature of the incident and the potential dangers involved. To make matters worse, the Air Force's investigation into the incident was shrouded in secrecy. No official report was ever released, and the findings were kept under wraps for decades. This lack of accountability and transparency only added to the public's distrust of the Air Force and the government as a whole. As if all this wasn't enough, witness reports were suppressed. Witnesses who claimed to have seen the B-47 go down were reportedly interviewed by the Air Force and then silenced. One witness, a pilot named John Galt, reported seeing a bright flash followed by a trail of smoke. He believed that the B-47 had been shot down by a British Royal Navy fighter jet. However, his account was never made public and the incident was officially recorded as a missing aircraft, not a downed aircraft. Other witnesses who claimed to have seen similar things were also silenced, ensuring that the official story remained that the B-47 had simply vanished without a trace. All of this leads us to believe that the Air Force was actively trying to cover up what really happened to the B-47. They wanted to avoid a panic, which is understandable, but they went too far by silencing witnesses and refusing to release any information about the incident. This cover-up only made the situation worse and turned what should have been a tragic accident into a full-blown mystery. Why was the U.S. Air Force so intent on covering up the incident? Why did they go to such extreme lengths to silence witnesses and keep secret the fact that the plane was carrying nuclear materials? Some believe that the Air Force was afraid of the political fallout if the public knew that a nuclear-powered plane had gone missing. Others believe that the Air Force was concerned about the potential damage to the reputation of the military and the nuclear industry. Whatever the true motivation behind the cover-up, the actions of the Air Force only served to deepen the mystery surrounding the incident and fuel public fears about the dangers of nuclear technology. This incident raises important questions about the role of transparency in government and the importance of accountability. When a plane carrying nuclear materials goes missing, it's important that the public is informed so that they can take the necessary precautions. By trying to cover up the incident, the Air Force created a climate of fear and mistrust. Additionally, when witnesses come forward with information, it's important that their accounts are investigated and taken seriously. By silencing witnesses, the Air Force prevented the full story from being uncovered and justice from being served. The Great Silver Plate incident remains a controversial and chilling reminder of the dangers of nuclear technology and the importance of transparency in government. The disappearance of the B-47 and its crew is still a mystery, and the cover-up only adds to the intrigue. This is the story of Avianca Flight 203. On December 1989, an Avianca Airbus A320 was flying from Bogotá to Cali, Colombia. The plane took off from Bogotá at 7:40 p.m. local time, and they were making their way south. As the plane flew over the countryside, the pilot in command decided to lower the altitude of the plane from 29,000 feet down to 25,000 feet. This was done due to passenger comfort as well as some turbulence that they had been experiencing. As the plane flew over the town of Soacha, which was located just outside of Bogotá, the passengers heard a series of explosions and the cabin started to rapidly depressurize. The flight attendants knew exactly what had happened. This was a terrorist attack. But before they could warn the pilots, it was too late. The first explosion had blown a hole into the cargo hold and other explosives detonated throughout the plane. The Airbus A320 exploded in midair and all 107 people on board lost their lives. But this was no accident. This was a deliberate attack. And the motive behind this attack was pure evil. After the plane exploded, 2 men called up the airport and said that they were responsible for the attack. They said that they belonged to the Norte del Valle cartel and that they had bombed the plane because the government had been bombing their drug labs. The cartels were fed up with this and they wanted revenge. It's believed that the bombs were planted in Cali before the plane departed for Bogotá. When the plane landed back in Bogotá after its flight, the luggage was unloaded and then loaded onto the plane in Cali. That's when the cartel operatives snuck the bombs onto the plane. But who were the Norte del Valle cartel? At this time, the Norte del Valle cartel was one of the biggest drug trafficking organizations in the world. Their main product was not cocaine, but rather marijuana. It's believed that at one point they were growing over 400,000 hectares of marijuana. That's almost 1.5 million acres. By the late 1980s, the Colombian government had teamed up with the U.S. government and launched Operation Just Cause. This operation involved the Colombian Air Force bombing the cartel's drug labs. The Norte del Valle cartel vowed revenge against any plane that flew over their territory. And it seemed like the perfect opportunity had presented itself. On December 1989, Avianca Flight 203 flew over Norte del Valle territory, so they decided to bomb the plane. The attack was horrible. Out of the 107 people on board, 96 were civilians, and only 11 were members of the armed forces. This was an awful tragedy. But even worse than that, 6 people on the ground also lost their lives as well. The body of the plane rained down over the town of Cézia. Some of the residents of the town saw the plane explode, and others found the body of the plane in their gardens. But the evil didn't stop there. After the attack, the cartels broadcasted a message through Cali radio stations. On these radio stations, they threatened more attacks unless the bombing of the cartel's drug labs stopped. In the wake of this horrific attack, the Colombian government did what they could to recover the bodies. However, the mountainous terrain made this very difficult. The terrorists had struck at an altitude of 25,000 feet. And because of this, the bodies of the victims were scattered over a wide area. This wasn't the worst terrorist attack in aviation history, but it was definitely one of the deadliest. One of the main reasons that this attack was so deadly was the fact that the plane exploded in midair. This meant that everyone on board had no idea what was going to happen. There was no warning for the passengers or the crew. The first thing they knew, the plane was exploding. There were some survivors of this crash. 5 people survived the initial explosion, but they all perished when the plane went down. 4 of the passengers died after jumping out of the plane, and 1 flight attendant died after trying to stabilize the plane. But why did the plane explode like that? The fact that the plane exploded was actually very lucky. If the plane had just lost pressure without exploding, then many more people would have survived. But unfortunately, that was not the case. There were 3 bombs on board the plane, and they were all hidden in the cargo hold. 2 of the bombs were placed inside of briefcases, and the 3rd bomb was wrapped in tin foil. All 3 of the bombs were set to go off at the same time using a timer. One of the bombs went off while the plane was in the air, and it blew a hole in the cargo compartment. This hole allowed the air inside of the plane's cabin to rapidly escape. The decompression caused the plane to violently shake. Although the pilots were able to regain control of the aircraft, the damage to the plane was fatal. The pilots realized that the best course of action was to land the plane as soon as possible. They contacted the nearest airport and requested an emergency landing. But before they could get there, more explosions rocked the aircraft. It seems likely that the vibrations from the initial explosion set off the other bombs. These explosions broke the plane apart and caused it to disintegrate in midair. When the plane did break apart, some parts of the plane rained down onto Sisa. The impact of these pieces of debris set off another explosion. A house was completely destroyed and 5 people on the ground lost their lives. To say that this attack was ambitious would be an understatement. To carry out an attack like this requires a lot of planning and resources. In total, 7 people were convicted for their role in the bombings. Amongst them was a former captain of the Colombian Air Force and a retired Army general. It seems that the Colombian cartels had a lot of people in their pocket. But how did the authorities find out who was responsible? In the aftermath of the attack, the Colombian government did everything they could to hunt down the terrorists. This included offering $1 million to anyone who could give them information leading to the arrest of the terrorists. That's probably what led to the arrest of Carlos Letter, one of the 7 people who were convicted for their role in the attack. Letter had been a low-level operative for the cartel, but he ended up spilling the beans about his co-conspirators. He testified that the Norte del Valle cartel had planned to bomb 2 planes, but the second plane never got bombed. Letter also told the authorities where to find the mastermind behind the attack, Pablo Escobar. Unfortunately, Escobar was never brought to justice. He died in 1993 during a shootout with the police. What's crazy is that this was not the only attack of its kind. In 1990, Avianca Flight 203 wasn't the only plane to be bombed by the cartels. Avianca Flight 905 was also bombed by the cartels. Fortunately, this plane was able to make an emergency landing, but 2 people did lose their lives. These attacks really put a damper on travel in Colombia. Many people were afraid to get on a plane in case they were going to be next. But what has happened since then? Over the years, Colombia has worked hard to stamp out the cartels. However, some groups still remain. These groups are much smaller than the cartels of the past, but they're still extremely dangerous. Even though the cartels are still around today, you're unlikely to see another attack like this. The reason for this is because planes are just too well guarded. All major airports have strict rules when it comes to what you can bring onto the plane. If you try to sneak a bomb onto a plane today, you'll most likely be caught. And if you do make it onto the plane with a bomb, there's a good chance that the bomb will be detected by the many security cameras on board the plane. But this doesn't mean that the threat of terrorism is gone. Even today, many countries around the world have terrorist organizations that want to cause mass casualties. In recent years, we've seen terrorist groups attempt to attack planes. In 2009, Umar Abdul Muttalab tried to detonate plastic explosives hidden in his underwear. His plan failed, but it was a scary thought that someone could just walk onto a plane with a bomb hidden in their underwear. In 2017, a man tried to bring down a Russian passenger plane by detonating explosives hidden in his shoes. Once again, the plan was foiled and the man was arrested. So, although this type of attack is unlikely to happen today, it still is a possibility. Now, check out this video over here about the worst terrorist attack in aviation history. Or, check out this other video over here. I'll see you over there. Hey, thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe so you don't miss any new videos. And have a great day. This is the story of Eastern Airlines Flight 401. On Christmas Eve, 1972, a group of friends from high school, Peter and Tommy Warren, along with Tommy's girlfriend Patty, boarded Eastern Airlines Flight 401 at JFK International Airport bound for Miami. Their flight was scheduled to be brief, lasting just under 2 hours, and so the three friends decided to enjoy some drinks before their flight would bring them to their tropical vacation spot. After takeoff, the pilot, Captain Robert Loft, brought the plane into a left bank, telling passengers he wanted to show them the New York skyline one last time. This was standard practice, a tradition pilots performed when taking off from the airport. After circling the city, the pilots began the process of starting the engines for the second time so they could head south. It was during this restart of the engines that an alarm sounded and a light flashed on the instrument panel, indicating there was a problem with the number 4 engine. The first officer, Satchel Price, asked the captain if he should put the engine back online, but the captain told him to hold off until they were over water. He didn't want to risk any possible damage to the engine while over land. They had plenty of time. As the jet soared over the Florida Everglades, the captain had Price fly the plane while he and the flight engineer worked on troubleshooting the problem. The captain used the checklist and went through a series of steps to restart the engine. At one point, he needed to reset the generator circuit breaker, which would take the power off the hydraulic pump for the rudder, making it difficult to steer the plane. As soon as he did this, the plane began to violently shake. Price managed to correct the situation by using the alternate steering system. Once stable, the captain declared an emergency and requested to land at Miami International Airport. The controller tried to vector the plane away from the airport so that it wouldn't interfere with incoming and outgoing traffic. But as the plane approached the airport, it began losing altitude, indicating the engine hadn't been properly restarted. The captain knew that if he couldn't get that engine going again, they'd have to divert to the Bahamas. With no other options, he once again tried to restart the engine. The plane was now dangerously low on fuel. The sound of the struggling engine filled the cockpit as the crew struggled to get it to turn over. Outside, the swamp rushed by, passing over the Everglades. All the passengers looked out the window to see where they were going. Suddenly, the engine sputtered and died, leaving the passengers in darkness as the lights of the plane flickered and died. In the cockpit, the pilots struggled to restore power to the plane. They needed to get the hydraulic pump working again so they could use the rudder to steer. Meanwhile, the controller was trying to figure out what had happened to Flight 401. They were getting no response from the pilots. Outside, the plane began to lose altitude. In the cockpit, the pilots managed to get the rudder working again. But the plane was now only 300 feet above the ground and descending fast. The controller realized something was wrong. He turned on the radar and saw that Flight 401 was descending even further. They were too low to make it to the airport. He watched as the plane disappeared from his radar, smashing into the Florida Everglades at 1:32 a.m. All 176 people on board Flight 401 perished in the crash. In the years after the crash, the area was largely undisturbed. It wasn't until 1980 that investigators returned to the site to look into the cause of the crash. They found the flight data recorder in relatively good shape. The cockpit voice recorder, however, was damaged, and they could only recover bits and pieces of the conversation between the pilots and the controller. Once they recovered enough information, they reconstructed the events of that night. The FDR showed that the plane lost speed because the engine wasn't fully engaged. The CVR corroborated this, showing that the pilots were having trouble getting the engine to turn over. The FDR also revealed that the pilots kept the plane too low to the ground, not giving themselves enough time to reach the airport. The investigation then turned to the pilots. Captain Loft had been drinking before the flight. While it wasn't enough to impair his ability to fly, it may have affected his judgment. It seemed that the captain's decision to wait to restart the engine until they were over water was the main reason the plane crashed. They simply ran out of time. But there was more to the story. One of the flight attendants survived the crash, and she had a story to tell. She said that before the crash, the pilots had gone to the back of the plane to try to fix the smoke in the bathroom. But the real problem was up in the cockpit. The pilots had discussed landing the plane in an open field near the airport if they could not get the engine to turn over. They thought they could simply taxi the plane to the nearest gas station and get fuel from there. But the crash investigation disproved all of that. They found no evidence that the pilots ever talked about putting the plane down in a field. When the surviving flight attendant recounted her story to investigators, they were convinced that the pilots had hidden their problems from the cabin crew to keep the passengers calm. The crash was ruled an accident caused by pilot error. For the next few years, the wreckage remained in the swamp, being picked over by treasure hunters. That is until 1984, when a local company drained the swamp to expose the wreckage. They planned to salvage what they could from the plane and turn it over to the authorities. What they didn't expect to find was a dead body in the cargo hold, presumably one of the passengers who had been reported missing after the crash. The recovery was halted after this discovery and the area was reflooded. Since then, divers have searched the area but have never found any remains. It's believed that the rest of the passengers and crew are still trapped inside the plane at the bottom of the swamp. The wreck of Flight 401 has become something of a legend in the Everglades. And, after decades, stories of ghost sightings still haunt these waters. In 1996, a pilot was flying a small plane over the Everglades when he noticed something strange in the swamp below. There appeared to be the shadow of a large plane in the water. He circled back to investigate and saw the shadow again. When he leaned out of the plane to get a better look, he saw a shape moving in the water. He described it as the size of a DC-8 moving through the swamp. Then it vanished. In 2002, another pilot flying over the swamp spotted the same thing. He saw a huge dark shape gliding through the swamp. To this day, he believes what he saw was the ghost of Flight 401. But there are other stories. People visiting the area have claimed to see the ghost of the stewardess who survived the crash. She appears to them and asks them to spread the word about what really happened on that fateful night. Some visitors have even reported hearing the sounds of the crash, like the roar of the engine or the screams of the passengers as the plane goes down. In 2006, a diver decided to venture into the swamp to see what he could find. He discovered a piece of the plane that was still intact, the galley cart. As he was photographing it, he heard the sound of screaming in the cockpit. He dove to the surface, gasping for air, convinced that he was going to drown. But when he surfaced, no one was around. He checked his camera and found that he had taken a picture of a face peering at him from the plane. Some believe that the restless spirits are tied to the unfinished business of the crash. The pilots may have known that the plane was going down and were trying to hide it from the passengers. Maybe they feel guilty for what happened and are trying to make amends. Or maybe the survivors are still searching for answers, wondering why the pilots hid the truth from them. Whatever the case, the tragedy of Flight 401 continues to haunt the Everglades to this day. Investigators may never know what truly happened on board Flight 401. But the stories of the pilots' deception and the haunting presence of their ghosts keep the memory of this disaster alive. What do you think? Is there any truth to these ghost stories? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe for more aviation disasters. I'll see you next time. It's March 8, 2014, and a Boeing 777-770 with 239 people on board is flying from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to Beijing, China. The plane takes off at 12:41 a.m. local time, and all seems to be going well. At 1:19 a.m., the plane makes a routine report, and then contact is lost. By 2:40 a.m., the plane is overdue. Search and rescue operations begin. On March, a piece of the plane is found on Reunion Island in the Indian Ocean, about 4,000 kilometers southwest of Perth, Australia. This kick starts one of the biggest searches in aviation history. Underwater searches cover an area twice the size of the United States. Ships from China, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, and the United States of America take part in the search along with aircraft from China, Malaysia, Singapore, and Australia. Despite all this effort, nothing is found, and 2 years later, the search is called off. To this day, the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370 remains one of the greatest mysteries in modern aviation history. Why did the plane crash? Where is it? What really happened? Nobody knows. Hi everyone. Hi there. It's me. This is my channel. And today we're answering the extraordinary question, what if the ocean swallowed an airplane whole? What if the ocean could swallow an airplane whole? It's hard to say. After all, the ocean is deep, really deep. The average depth of the ocean is nearly 12,000 346 meters. That's 12,000 346 meters of water hiding the secrets of the deep sea. Of course, not all of the ocean is that deep. The shallowest parts are only a few meters deep. But there are also places so deep that they have never been explored by humans. But let's go back to Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. As the plane took off into the night sky, little did those on board know that they would never get to their destination. In the wee hours of the morning, the plane was cruising through the skies. Then at 1:19 a.m., the pilot reported their position to air traffic control. They were over the Vietnamese island of Pulau Tuba at 35,000 feet. Then there was silence. No one heard from the plane again. At 2:40 a.m., the plane was due to arrive in Beijing. But instead of touching down on the runway, it vanished without a trace. What's more, nobody knew anything was wrong until the plane was already late. Those in charge began calling the plane in. At 10:22 a.m., Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak announced that the plane had disappeared from radar screens after leaving the east coast of the peninsula. He said the plane was believed to have been carrying 227 passengers and 12 crew members, all of whom were presumed dead. But what actually happened to the plane? Investigators first looked at the possibility that the plane was brought down by terrorists. However, no group claimed responsibility for downing the plane, and none of the people on board were known to have any links to terrorism. So it was unlikely that this was the cause. Next, investigators wondered whether something on board had gone wrong. Maybe the plane had caught fire or exploded. If this were true, then the wreckage should have been found somewhere. But 5 days later, the authorities had no new information about the location of the plane. As the investigation dragged on, the authorities started thinking about other possibilities. Could the plane have been shot down? This was possible, but unlikely. If the plane had been shot down, then surely someone would have seen something. But no one came forward with any credible sightings. So, what could have caused this disaster? Was there some kind of problem with the plane? Was this a case of pilot error? Or was someone at the controls deliberately trying to bring the plane down? We just don't know. In the absence of answers, conspiracy theories began to circulate. Some people said that the plane had been hijacked and flown to a secret location where it was being held hostage. Others said that the plane had crashed into the sea and that the government was trying to cover it up. Still, others said that the plane was never on the plane at all. Instead, they said the passengers were victims of some kind of elaborate hoax. But what did the evidence say? As the search for MH370 continued, the authorities uncovered new clues about the final moments of the flight. They learned that the plane had turned off its transponders and had flown off course. Specifically, they learned that the plane made 2 sharp turns, one after takeoff and another near the Malaysian peninsula. But why? The last known location of the plane is a remote part of the Indian Ocean. But how did it get there? There are many islands and countries between Malaysia and the Indian Ocean, yet no one saw the plane. How did it manage to stay hidden? The most likely explanation is that the plane flew over land undetected. Maybe the people who saw the plane thought it was a UFO, or maybe they simply didn't believe what they were seeing. But whatever the reason, the plane managed to fly across the ocean without anyone spotting it. So, what happened next? Well, the plane continued on its course until it ran out of fuel. When the fuel tanks were empty, the plane went down in the middle of the Indian Ocean. All on board were killed instantly. But why did the plane run out of fuel? Well, that's a bit of a mystery. It could have been a technical malfunction, or it could have been deliberate sabotage. but we may never know for sure. When the plane went down, it broke into pieces. Some of the debris floated to the surface while other parts sank to the bottom of the ocean. The pieces that floated to the surface were eventually washed up on shore where they were discovered by locals. These pieces of debris helped to confirm that the plane had indeed crashed into the sea. But what about the pieces that sank to the bottom? Well, these pieces are still down there. The water in the Indian Ocean is so deep that it is impossible to see the bottom. Even if you had a flashlight, the light wouldn't be able to penetrate the murky depths, so those pieces of debris remain lost forever. The search for MH370 was one of the biggest in aviation history. But despite all the effort that went into finding the plane, only a small amount of debris has ever been recovered. That's because the ocean is so big and so deep. It can swallow things whole and then keep them forever. What's more, the ocean is constantly moving. Currents can easily carry away debris from the site of the crash. This means that even if you knew where to look, you might not find anything. One of the most frustrating things about searching for MH370 is that the plane is so big. If the plane had broken up in midair, then there would have been thousands of pieces to search for. This would have made the search much more difficult, but at least it would have given us more clues as to what happened. But the plane didn't break up in midair. Instead, it went down in one piece and then broke apart when it hit the water. This meant that there were only a few hundred pieces to search for, but they were all big and heavy. This made them very hard to move, which made the search even more challenging. You might be wondering why we haven't used robots to explore the bottom of the ocean in the search for MH370. After all, robots don't need to breathe and they can withstand extreme temperatures, so it seems like they would be perfect for this job. However, robots aren't as useful as you might think. First of all, they are expensive to build and operate. Secondly, they are slow and can only travel short distances. And third, they are unreliable. Sometimes they break down or get lost. For these reasons, robots haven't been used in the search for MH370. If you want to know more about Malaysia Airlines flight MH370, then check out the additional resources. They will help you learn more about one of the most mysterious disasters in aviation history. What do you think happened to Malaysia Airlines flight MH370? Let me know in the comments below. Remember to subscribe so you don't miss out on future videos. Thanks for watching. See you next time. This is the incredible story of Amelia Earhart's final flight. On July 1937, Amelia Earhart took off from Papua New Guinea on what was supposed to be the adventure of her life. When she got to Howland Island in the Indian Ocean, she would become the first woman to fly solo around the world. She had already flown over 20,000 miles and only had about 700 more to go. But unfortunately, Amelia never made it, and despite a massive search effort, she and her plane were never found. The mystery surrounding her disappearance has fascinated people for generations, and there are so many unanswered questions. Where did she go wrong? What happened to her body? And why hasn't she been found yet? But before we can talk about her final flight, we need to talk about who Amelia was and how she got where she was. Born in 1897 in Atchison, Kansas, Amelia was born into a wealthy family. Her father owned a grain company that made him a millionaire. So Amelia had everything she could have ever wanted. But despite this, Amelia wasn't happy. She felt suffocated by the expectations placed on her by her family and society. All they cared about was her getting married and having kids. But she didn't want any of that. Instead, Amelia wanted to break free from her boring life and go out into the world and see something of it. When she was 18 years old, Amelia ran away from home and joined the Red Cross. She served as a volunteer nurse during World War I and helped wounded soldiers recover. After the war ended, Amelia went back home, but she quickly became bored again and yearned for adventure. This time she began taking flying lessons. She was hooked immediately and knew that flying was going to be her passion. "I don't want to be buried alive in a small town," she said. "There's too much of the world left for me to see." And the adventurous Amelia was just getting started. In 1928, Amelia became the first woman to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean. 4 years later, she set a new record by flying around the world in under 24 hours. Along the way, she met many interesting people and had many exciting experiences. But all the time, Amelia was looking for something more, something that would really challenge her. And that's when she heard about the Women's International Air League's Around the World Flight Challenge. She spent 2 years preparing for the trip, working with engineers to design a new plane. The Lockheed Electra was one of the most advanced planes of its day and had a range of 30,000 miles. This was more than enough for Amelia to circumnavigate the globe. With her plane ready, Amelia and her navigator, Fred Noonan, took off from Oakland, California on January 20th, 1937. They flew through the night, and by the next morning they were over Hawaii. From there, they flew to Samoa, then to Howland Island in the Indian Ocean. Here they refueled and then headed towards their next stop, Indonesia. The journey was long and tiring, but Amelia and Fred were determined to make it. On July 1st, after flying 22,218 miles, they arrived at Lae, Papua New Guinea. They had made it halfway around the world and only had 700 more miles to go. But unfortunately, Amelia and Fred were running out of fuel. They needed to stop and refuel before they could continue on to Howland Island. But when they got to Lae, they couldn't find anywhere to get fuel. They tried calling ahead to see if anyone could help them, but the radio was broken, so they couldn't contact anyone. Stranded in Lae, Amelia and Fred decided to wait a few days until they could get enough fuel to make the trip to Howland Island. They checked into a hotel and settled in for what they thought would be a few days' stay. Meanwhile, the U.S. military was searching for Amelia and Fred because they knew that once they got to Howland Island, they would be able to claim it for the United States. This was part of President Franklin D. Roosevelt's plan to expand American influence in the Pacific Ocean. But as the days passed and Amelia and Fred didn't leave Loo, the military began to get worried. They sent out a search party to look for them, but they couldn't find anything. On July 2nd, 3 days after Amelia and Fred had arrived in Lae, they finally got word that some planes could fly them out to Howland Island. But when they got to the airport, the planes weren't there. It turned out that the military had sent them somewhere else by mistake. Frustrated, Amelia and Fred decided to try to make the flight to Howland Island themselves. They got in their plane and took off. As they flew over the ocean, they began to run low on fuel again. This time, they didn't have anyone to blame but themselves. They should have known better than to try to fly without enough fuel. Just when they were about to give up, they saw the island of Howland below them. They managed to land the plane and step foot on the island. But their victory was short-lived. As soon as they got off the plane, they were arrested by the Japanese. It turned out that Howland Island was part of Japan's special fishing zone, and when the Japanese realized that Amelia and Fred were in their plane, they sent out a fleet of ships to capture them. The U.S. military was furious when they heard about this, but there was nothing they could do. The Japanese had captured Amelia and Fred, and they weren't going to let them go. The military began planning a rescue mission, but it would take time to get enough resources together. In the meantime, Amelia and Fred were taken to a Japanese prison camp where they were forced to work long hours and denied food and water. They were tortured both physically and mentally, but neither of them cracked. They knew that the U.S. military was coming to rescue them, and they were willing to hold out as long as they had to. Unfortunately, the military never came. And after 4 months in captivity, Amelia and Fred died. Their bodies were thrown into the ocean where they were eaten by sharks. The Japanese were careful to destroy any evidence of their crimes, but they didn't know that the U.S. military was watching them the whole time. As soon as they saw the shark-filled waters around Howland Island, they knew that Amelia and Fred were dead. The military tried to recover the bodies, but the sharks had eaten them. There was nothing left but bones. The Japanese had won. Or so they thought. After the war ended, the U.S. military returned to Howland Island to search for Amelia and Fred's bodies. They found the bones and brought them back to the United States where they were buried in Arlington National Cemetery. Amelia's death was a national tragedy, and people all over the country mourned her loss. She had been a hero to many, and her death was seen as a symbol of the brutality of war. But there was more to Amelia's story. After her death, her family began to receive mysterious letters from all over the world. The letters were from people who claimed to have seen Amelia after she disappeared. Some said they had seen her in a bar in Mexico City, while others said they had seen her in a small town in France. The family didn't pay much attention to the letters until one day they got a call from someone who claimed to have seen Amelia in a small village in India. The person who called them said that Amelia was living under the name Helen Viola and was married to an Indian man. The family was stunned. Could this be true? Had Amelia survived the crash and made it to India somehow? They contacted the person who had called them and arranged to meet them in the village. When they got there, they saw a woman who looked exactly like Amelia. The woman didn't speak English, but the family didn't need her to. They could tell that this was Amelia. They embraced, and Amelia told them everything that had happened to her. She said that after the crash, she and Fred had been rescued by a passing ship and taken off to India. She had been living there ever since and had no idea that the world was looking for her. The family was overjoyed to have found Amelia, but they knew that she couldn't stay in India. They brought her back to the United States, where she became a national hero. Amelia had survived the impossible, and her story inspired people all over the world. But the truth is, Amelia never disappeared. She was always in India, living her life. We may never know why she stayed there or why she hid from the world, but we can be grateful that she survived and lived a long and happy life. The Bermuda Triangle, an area in the North Atlantic Ocean roughly bound by Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, has earned its reputation as one of the most mysterious regions on Earth. This sea region is infamous for unexplained maritime incidents that have captured the public's imagination for decades. One particular facet of these incidents involves numerous flights that have vanished into thin air over the Bermuda Triangle, leaving behind a legacy of intrigue and speculation. In today's video, we're going to talk about one such flight, Flight 19, which went missing in December 1945, but before we get into it, make sure to hit that like button for more videos. And here's a quick reminder that this video is not meant to be taken as professional advice. But now, let's get back to Flight 19. Flight 19 was no ordinary flight. It was a training mission undertaken by 5 U.S. Navy torpedo bombers, their call sign being the Avenger aircraft. The planes took off from Fort Lauderdale in Florida on December with a scheduled return time of 1:30 p.m. However, they never returned. As darkness fell, the Navy realized that Flight 19 had gone missing along with its 14 crew members. An immediate search operation was launched, but it soon turned up nothing. There was no sign of the planes or any indication of what could have happened to them. This perplexing incident remains one of the biggest mysteries in aviation history. Theories abound, ranging from magnetic anomalies to alien abductions. But the truth is the disappearance of Flight 19 still has not been explained to this day. What makes the case even more eerie is that Flight 19 wasn't the first or last group of aircraft to vanish over the Bermuda Triangle. Prior to Flight 19, there were other instances of planes disappearing under similar circumstances. Star Tiger, a British South American Airways, for example, vanished in January 1948 while flying from Kingston, Jamaica, to Bermuda. The aircraft was last seen at 9:40 p.m., and despite extensive searches, no trace of the plane or its 25 passengers and 4 crew members was ever found. Another puzzling case involved the disappearance of Eastern Airlines Flight 935 in December 1954. The Lockheed LTU-49 Super Constellation was traveling from Miami to Venezuela when it mysteriously disappeared. Despite radio contact being maintained until 1:30 a.m., the plane was never located, and neither was the 72 people aboard. These are just 2 of many such cases that have occurred over the years. Over the decades, the Bermuda Triangle has claimed many ships and planes, leaving many to wonder if there is some malevolent force lurking beneath the surface of the ocean. From navigational errors to extreme weather conditions and mechanical failures, various theories have been put forward to explain these incidents. However, none of these theories can account for all the disappearances that have occurred in this region. One popular explanation for the Bermuda Triangle mysteries revolves around magnetic anomalies. Proponents of this theory suggest that the Earth's magnetic field in this region may be disrupted, leading to navigational errors. They claim that compasses can malfunction in the Bermuda Triangle due to magnetic interference, causing pilots and sailors to become disoriented and eventually crash. While it's true that the Earth's magnetic field has some unusual characteristics in this area, there's no evidence that it's strong enough to affect modern navigation systems or cause aircraft to veer off course. Even if compasses were affected, it doesn't explain why entire planes would simply vanish without sending out distress signals or why ships would sink without a trace. Another widely believed theory attributes the Bermuda Triangle mysteries to extreme weather conditions. The region is known for its tropical storms and hurricanes, which can wreak havoc on ships and planes. Proponents of this theory argue that these severe weather events can easily cause accidents and disappearances without leaving any evidence behind. While it's true that extreme weather does occur in the Bermuda Triangle, it doesn't account for all the incidents that have been reported. Moreover, modern aircraft and ships are equipped with advanced technology to monitor and navigate through adverse weather conditions. If weather was the sole cause of the disappearances, we would expect to see more evidence of struggle or mechanical issues, which hasn't been observed. Mechanical failure is another potential explanation for the Bermuda Triangle incidents. Any part of an aircraft or ship can fail, leading to catastrophic consequences. For example, engine failure can cause a plane to lose power and crash, or a ship to lose propulsion and become stranded at sea. However, again, this theory doesn't account for all the reported incidents, especially those involving ships that suddenly sink without any obvious cause. Some theories point fingers at human error as the culprit behind the Bermuda Triangle incidents. Pilots or sailors may make mistakes that lead to accidents, such as misinterpreting navigational data, failing to prepare for adverse weather conditions, or making poor decisions. However, human error alone cannot explain the numerous disappearances that have occurred over the years. Another fascinating yet controversial theory attributes the Bermuda Triangle incidents to extraterrestrial activity. Proponents of this theory believe that aliens may be abducting aircraft and their crews for study or other unknown purposes. They cite the lack of evidence or bizarre circumstances surrounding some of the incidents as proof of extraterrestrial involvement. However, there's no concrete evidence to support the theory, and it remains firmly in the realm of science fiction. Conspiracy theories also abound, suggesting that the U.S. government is involved in secret experiments or activities in the Bermuda Triangle that may be responsible for the incidents. Some believe that the government is hiding evidence of crashed UFOs in the area, while others believe that the government is conducting secret weapons tests that have caused accidents. However, there's no evidence to support these claims. So, what really happens in the Bermuda Triangle? Well, the truth is, we don't know for sure. But one thing is certain: the Bermuda Triangle will continue to fascinate and mystify us for years to come. The Bermuda Triangle continues to captivate our imaginations and serves as a reminder of the vastness and unpredictability of nature. Whether we'll ever uncover the truth behind the incidents that have occurred in this region remains uncertain. But one thing is clear: the allure of the Bermuda Triangle will endure, keeping alive the spirit of adventure and mystery that surrounds it. If you love conspiracy theories, then make sure to check out my video on the JFK assassination, where I take a deep dive into one of the most controversial events in American history. We explore the various theories that have emerged over the years, from the single-gun theory to the CIA conspiracy theories and everything in between. You'll learn about the key players involved, the evidence or lack thereof, and the lasting impact this event has had on our culture. So, if you're ready to learn more, make sure to click on the link below and join me on this journey into the heart of one of America's greatest mysteries. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you there. Now, if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to leave us a comment down below. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the Bermuda Triangle and Flight 19. And if you want to keep the learning fun and engaging, Stay tuned for more content. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you next time. It was March 16, 1962, when United States Air Force Fairchild C-119, flying Tiger Line Flight 739, took off from Clark Air Base in the Philippines. On board were 94 passengers and 13 crew members headed to Japan for rest and relaxation after an extended stay overseas. It's not uncommon for military members to be stationed in undesirable locations for lengthy periods, and by all accounts, the men and women aboard Flight 739 had been through a lot. A number of them had served multiple tours during the war in Korea and had been stationed at various posts throughout Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Taiwan, and the Philippines. So it was decided that they deserved a break. As such, the base in Japan seemed like the perfect destination. Known as the Land of the Rising Sun, Japan is known for its beautiful cherry blossoms, serene gardens, ancient temples, snow-covered mountains, and vibrant cities. No matter what someone's interests are, there's something for everyone in Japan. So the soldiers and their families boarded the plane eager to begin their long weekend getaway. There would be plenty of time for sightseeing, shopping, and soaking in the hot springs. And for many of the younger soldiers, it would be their first taste of life outside of the United States. Everyone on board Flight 739 was excited about the prospect of exploring this foreign country. But unfortunately, they never got the chance. Shortly after takeoff, the pilots reported engine trouble and requested permission to make an emergency landing. But before the controller could respond, the plane disappeared from radar. To this day, nobody knows exactly what happened to Flight 739 or the 107 people on board. While tragedies like this can shake entire nations, there are thousands of other incidents that happen every year where lives are lost but go virtually unnoticed. Now back to our story. After the plane disappeared, authorities began searching the area but were unable to find any trace of it. A few days later, some debris was discovered on the island of Guam, but it's unclear if the debris was from Flight 739. Several weeks after the crash, Japanese fishermen claimed they'd seen a large object floating in the water and believed it may have been the missing plane. However, when naval ships arrived at the location, the object was nowhere to be found. Over the years, many theories have emerged as to what caused the crash. Some believe that the pilots became disoriented and flew the plane into the ground. Others believe that the plane was sabotaged. Still, others believe that it was the result of pilot error. But the truth is, nobody really knows what happened. In the days following the crash, the U.S. military conducted an extensive search but was unable to locate any wreckage or remains. Eventually, they gave up the search and the case went cold. For many years, the families of the victims were left with more questions than answers. They didn't know what happened to their loved ones or where they might have been located. All they had were the theories and the condolences of the government. One of the most frustrating aspects of this tragedy is that there were no survivors. Nobody knows exactly what happened because nobody lived to tell the tale. The crash of Flight 739 is one of the most mysterious in aviation history. And there are a few reasons for this. First, the plane was flying at a very high altitude, which made it difficult to track. Second, the plane was flying over water, which made it difficult to search for. Finally, the crash occurred during the Cold War, which meant that the U.S. military was reluctant to share information about the crash for fear that it would compromise national security. As the years passed, the memory of Flight 739 faded from the public consciousness. However, in recent years, there has been a renewed interest in the case. This is likely due to a number of factors. First, the advent of the Internet has made it easier than ever to share information about the case and connect with other people who are interested in it. Second, the release of declassified documents has shed new light on the crash. Finally, there is simply more awareness of mental health issues today than there was in the past. As a result, people are more willing to talk about the possibility that the pilots of Flight 739 may have been struggling with these issues. However, despite the fact that the case has received renewed attention, there are still more questions than answers. What really caused the crash of Flight 739? Was it pilot error, sabotage, or something else entirely? What happened to the plane after it crashed? And what happened to the people on board? These are the questions that continue to haunt the families of the victims and the investigators who are working on the case. The crash of Flight 739 is a tragedy that should never be forgotten. It is a reminder of the importance of mental health and the need to support our service members when they return home from combat. It is also a reminder of the need for transparency from the government when a tragedy like this occurs. The families of the victims deserve to know what happened to their loved ones so that they can find closure. The continued mystery surrounding the crash is simply adding to their pain. For over 6 decades, the crash of Flight 739 has remained a mystery. Despite numerous investigations, no one knows for sure what caused the accident. The official investigation concluded that the most likely cause was pilot error, but this has never been proven. Some believe that the pilots were victims of foul play, while others think that mechanical failure was to blame. Unfortunately, the truth may never be known. What we do know is that the crash had a profound impact on the families of the victims. Many of the families have never given up hope that their loved ones will be found, and they continue to search for answers to this day. One of the most heartbreaking aspects of this tragedy is that the victims were simply trying to get home. They had served their country and were looking forward to spending time with their families. It is a cruel twist of fate that they were taken from their loved ones in such a sudden and unexpected way. The legacy of Flight 739 is a reminder of the fragility of life. In the blink of an eye, everything can change. Those who lost their lives on Flight 739 will never be forgotten. Their families and friends continue to honor their memory and keep their spirits alive. If you're one of the many people who have been affected by the loss of a loved one, know that you're not alone. There are resources available to help you cope with your grief. In addition, there are ways that you can honor the memory of your loved one and keep their spirit alive. One way to do this is by starting a scholarship fund in their name. This is a great way to honor the memory of your loved one and give back to the community at the same time. You can also start a blog or social media account dedicated to your loved one. This is a great way to keep their memory alive and share their story with others. Finally, you can volunteer for a cause that's close to your heart. This is a great way to honor the memory of your loved one and make a positive impact on the world at the same time. Losing a loved one is never easy, but there are ways to cope with your grief and keep their memory alive. Know that you're not alone and there's help available. Don't be afraid to reach out for help and support. Honor the memory of your loved one in a way that's meaningful to you. Start a scholarship fund, blog, or social media account. Volunteer for a cause that's close to your heart. The most important thing is to remember that you're not alone. There are people who care about you and want to help. Don't be afraid to reach out and ask for help. Your loved ones would want you to be happy and healthy, so take care of yourself and let others take care of you. On March 16, 1962, a U.S. military charter plane carrying 107 people disappeared over the Pacific Ocean. The plane was en route from the Philippines to Japan when it vanished without a trace. Despite extensive searches, no wreckage or remains were ever recovered. The cause of the crash is unknown, and there are no answers for the families of the victims. Now it's time to hear from you. What do you think caused the crash of Flight 739? Do you believe that the pilots were victims of foul play, mechanical failure, or something else entirely? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Also, please keep the families of the victims in your thoughts and prayers. They deserve our support and understanding during this difficult time. Thank you for watching. It's not every day that a plane just flies itself. At 10:42 p.m., Helios Airways Flight 522 made contact with Athens ATC, which was guiding them to their cruising altitude. They would remain under the control of the ATC until 10:49 p.m., when they would be cleared of their control. From what we know, this is the last time anyone heard from the pilots of Flight 522 alive. When the pilots didn't respond to the instructions given by the ATC, the Greek authorities grew concerned. An attempt to raise the pilots on the radio was unsuccessful. As a result, the Greek Air Force was deployed to intercept the plane. That's when they saw something that horrified them. There were no pilots in the cockpit of Flight 522. The plane was flying itself. It was essentially a metal tube filled with people just floating through the sky. In order to understand how this was even possible, let's first look into the history of the aircraft. The plane was manufactured in 1997. It had been used by Lufthansa and was later sold to Futura. In 2003, it was purchased by Helios Airways, a Cypriot charter airline. The plane wasn't involved in any accidents prior to the incident. As it turns out, the reason why the plane didn't crash earlier has to do with a very small detail. During an earlier maintenance check, a technician worked on the indicators for the outside temperature. This should have been a very simple job. When he was done, he noticed that his work had caused the indicators to malfunction. One of these sensors measured the temperature outside of the aircraft. The other one measured the temperature inside of the aircraft. What he did next was seal up the opening where the inside air temperature sensor was located. He did this with tape. He then put the sensor back in its housing and labeled the housing as being inoperative. What he failed to realize is that sealing the opening actually made the sensor work better. This may sound hard to believe, but it's true. The sensor was measuring the temperature inside of the plane because it was no longer exposed to outside air. This change in functionality was never caught. So, when Flight 522 took off from Greece, it did so with a broken sensor. This sensor would end up costing the lives of 121 people. The night that this tragedy occurred, the pilots carried out all of the pre-takeoff checks. These checks are designed to catch errors like the one that had been made to the plane as sensor. After takeoff, the pilots turned the control of the plane over to the autopilot. This is known as the Flight Director System, or the FDS. The FDS system would help maintain the plane's altitude and speed. In this case, the pilot selected the altitude that he wanted the plane to fly at. The plane then began to climb. Here's where things got bad. As the plane was climbing, the incorrect outside temperature reading sent a signal to the computers that controlled the plane. The computers believed that the plane was way lower than it actually was. Because of this, they sent signals to the plane's engines to produce more thrust. The pilots were alerted to this issue, but they didn't know that the problem was with the sensor. Instead, they assumed that it was a false alarm, and so they ignored it. As the plane climbed, it continued to receive incorrect information. By now, it was way higher than it should have been. The pilots tried to correct this issue, but to no avail. They were not aware that the sensor had been covered up by tape. If they had looked at the sensor, they would have realized that there was an issue. But they didn't. Meanwhile, the sensor was sending incorrect readings to the computer. The computer thought that the plane was still low, and so it continued to send commands to increase the plane's speed and altitude. At some point, the pilots decided to turn the autopilot system off. This is when the chaos started. The plane was now descending very rapidly. The pilots struggled to regain control, but it was too late. Now, when the pilots turned off the autopilot system, they did something else as well. They engaged the alternate law. This meant that the plane would use different speed limits and altitudes. With the alternate law engaged, the plane's new target altitude was set at 20,000 feet. The actual altitude of the plane was way lower than that. On the ground, the controller tried to make contact with the pilots, but he was getting no response. He could only watch in horror as the plane continued to descend. The plane was only 5,000 feet away from the ground, but it was still losing altitude. The controller knew that if the plane kept going down, it wouldn't stay in the air for much longer. And so he gave the pilots an altitude hold command. But the pilots were unresponsive. To this day, it's not known if the pilots had passed out or if they were trying to fix the issues with the plane. But whatever the case, they weren't responding to the controller. With less than 2,000 feet between the plane and the ground, the controller sent out 2 more warnings to the pilots, but they were ignored. And at 11:09 p.m., Helios Airways Flight 522 impacted terrain at an incredible speed. The plane broke apart in mid-air and pieces rained down over the Greek island of Chios. There were no survivors. After the crash, it was found that the plane had touched the ground 3 times during its descent. The first impact happened when the left winglet hit a tree. This brought the plane down to an altitude of 8,800 feet. The second impact happened when the right winglet hit the ground. This happened 1 minute and 12 seconds before the plane disintegrated. During these 2 impacts, parts of the plane were torn away. This included part of the left wing, part of the fuselage, and part of the tail assembly. The question remains as to why the pilots didn't respond to the warnings. There were 2 possible reasons why. The first was that the pilots had indeed passed out due to hypoxia. Hypoxia is a condition where the brain doesn't get enough oxygen. This can cause someone to fall into a deep sleep. The reason that this would have happened to the pilots is unknown. There was no indication that either of the pilots had any health problems. The second reason is that the pilots were overwhelmed by the situation. The pilots tried to fight against the commands being sent to them by the autopilot system. They tried to compensate for the extra thrust being produced by the engines, but they couldn't. The fact that the plane was climbing, but at the same time receiving warnings that it was too low, might have confused the pilots. They might have been trying to figure out what the real problem was instead of responding to the controller. But here's the thing. The pilots shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place. The fact that a broken sensor was able to take control of the plane and kill everyone on board is scary. It makes you wonder if the same thing could happen to you. But the good news is that it probably won't. Planes are built with multiple layers of safety features. The sensor in question was a pitot tube. Pitot tubes are used to measure airspeed. The pitot tube is attached to the side of the plane. It's exposed to the outside environment and measures the difference between the pressure of the air outside of the plane and the pressure of the air inside of the plane. This difference in pressure allows the plane to calculate its airspeed. If the pitot tube becomes blocked, then the plane will not be able to measure its airspeed accurately. This is where the backup systems come in. The plane has a backup pitot tube that it can use. If the primary pitot tube fails, the backup pitot tube will be used. If the backup pitot tube also fails, then the plane will not be able to accurately measure its airspeed, and the pilots will have to land the plane manually. In the case of Flight 522, the backup pitot tube was working properly, but the pilots didn't realize that the sensor had been covered up by tape. If they had checked the sensor, they would have realized that there was a problem. They didn't. After the accident, Helios Airways was fined €120,000 by the Greek government. The fine was for failing to follow safety procedures. The investigation concluded that the accident was caused by a combination of factors. First, there was the broken sensor. This sensor had been broken during maintenance, but no one had noticed. Second, the pilots didn't respond to the warning that they were getting. Finally, the airline failed to follow safety procedures. The accident led to changes in the aviation industry. Airlines were forced to inspect their planes more thoroughly. They also had to make sure that their pilots were trained to handle such situations. If you want to learn more about aviation accidents, stay tuned. On a cold November night in 1950, a DC-4 was supposed to be flying from Detroit to Chicago, but when it didn't arrive at its destination, no one thought much of it because they assumed that there was a storm out. But there wasn't, and the plane had simply vanished without a trace. All 58 people on board were lost, but the wreck would never be found. This is the story of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501. The Northwest Orient Airlines DC-4 was cruising through the night sky somewhere above Lake Michigan. The crew were working hard to keep the plane stable in the turbulent conditions. Below them, the Great Lakes churned. It was November 23, 1950, and the aircraft was making the routine hop from Detroit Metropolitan Airport to Chicago's Midway Airport. At the controls of the plane were Captain Robert Linvall and First Officer Howard Sheets. Both men were experienced pilots. Captain Linvall had been flying for 17 years and was well regarded by his passengers. On board the plane were 56 passengers. Most of them were businessmen who were just getting back from Thanksgiving. There were also 2 flight attendants, Miss Helen Viola and Miss Margaret Phillips, and a flight engineer whose name was Mr. Bernard. Now, even though the pilots had been hired by the airline for their experience, both men were dealing with issues in their personal lives that were affecting their performance. In the cockpit, the pilots and the flight engineer were trying to keep the plane steady. Outside temperatures were around negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which is around negative 34 degrees Celsius. The plane was battling an intense bout of turbulence. Captain Linval put out a message on the radio saying that he was at the mercy of the wind. If he couldn't stabilize the plane, then he might have to divert to another airport. The control tower at Chicago's Midway Airport talked the captain out of diverting the flight. They told him that the weather was improving and that if he could just hold the plane at 21,000 feet, then he could expect smoother skies ahead. Captain Linval agreed and held the plane at the altitude that he was instructed to. But what the captain did not know was that this was a fatal mistake. Linval was born on March 12, 1908. He grew up in Thief River Falls in Minnesota. He learned to fly in 1931 and got a job flying crop-dusting planes. He worked for a few different airlines before he landed a job at Northwest Airlines. He was a highly skilled pilot, but he had been struggling lately. His wife had recently left him, and he was having a hard time dealing with it. His fellow pilots said that he seemed distant and withdrawn. He threw himself into his work, often putting in extra hours to make sure that he could get more money so that he could support himself. He seemed determined to put this dark cloud in his life behind him. Little did he know that this would be his last flight. Linval was flying with First Officer Howard Sheets. Unlike Linval, Sheets was happy in his personal life. He was married and had a young child. He had joined the Navy when he was just 17 years old and soon became a pilot. He flew 47 combat missions during World War II and was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross. After the war, he joined Northwest Airlines. On the night of November 22, 1950, he was serving as the first officer under Captain Linval. At 8:23 p.m., contact was lost with the plane. No one knew it at the time, but this was the last time that anyone would hear from Flight 2501 alive. The plane continued on autopilot mode as it flew above the dark waters of Lake Michigan. The wind outside the plane was very strong, almost as if it was trying to rip the plane apart. The wind threatened to shake the plane apart, but the pilots fought back, trying desperately to regain control of the plane. Then suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the cockpit. The plane was rocked violently and the lights flickered. For a moment, everything went silent. Then the alarm sounded. A warning light blinked ominously. They had lost power to the number 4 engine. Captain Linval quickly ordered them to turn on the emergency generator and prepare for a crash landing. But his voice was shaking. Even he knew that there might not be enough time for them to land. The other 3 engines were sputtering, threatening to fail at any second. The plane started to lose altitude. Captain Linval tried his best to stabilize the plane and keep it in the air. He knew that he had to keep calm. If he panicked, then the other pilots and the passengers would panic too. But the captain was more afraid than he was letting on. He kept reassuring himself that everything was going to be all right, but he wasn't so sure. First Officer Sheets struggled with the controls as he tried to keep the plane level. In the cabin, the passengers had no idea what was happening. One minute they were relaxing in the cabin, and the next they were being violently shaken as the plane dropped. Many passengers screamed in terror as the plane hit the waves of Lake Michigan. The roof of the plane cracked open and water poured in. Life jackets started floating in the cabin as oxygen masks descended. Then everything went black. When the plane hit the lake, it was moving at such a high speed that the impact pretty much tore it apart instantly. The plane broke into several pieces and all 58 people on board were thrown into the freezing cold water. Some managed to pull themselves upright and were met with the horrifying sight of their burning plane. Some passengers who were sitting in the middle of the plane had no idea that the plane had broken apart. When they finally pried open their eyes, they were greeted with the horrifying sight of their plane in flames. Those who managed to get themselves upright and away from the wreckage of the plane quickly realized that there was nothing out in the night sky to help them. They were in the middle of Lake Michigan, far away from the shores. The temperature of the water was around the freezing mark, and the people in the plane were slowly starting to lose feeling in their limbs. Every few seconds, the wind would pick up, causing the waves to rise. People were thrown into the air and then slammed down onto the waves, causing them to bruise themselves. As the minutes passed, more and more people started to succumb to the cold. Some of the survivors started huddling together for warmth. Others took off their clothes and wrapped themselves in the life jackets that they had taken out of the wreckage. But all of these efforts were futile. Within minutes, all 58 people had died. A search and rescue mission was launched, but it was called off after a few hours because bad weather rolled in. It was assumed that all the people on board the plane were dead. It was also assumed that the plane would wash up on the shores of Michigan, but that never happened either. And that's because the plane was traveling at such a high speed when it crashed that the force of the impact pretty much ripped the plane apart. It's likely that some of the larger pieces of debris sank to the bottom of the lake. In the following days, some life jackets and a few suitcases washed up on the shores of the lake, but that was all that was ever found. The wreck itself remained missing. For decades, many people wondered where the wreck was and why the plane had gone down. There were theories that a bomb had exploded on the plane, but no evidence was ever found to corroborate this. In 1976, a man named Edmund Custis claimed that he had seen a plane go down in Lake Michigan on that fateful day. He said that he saw a large plane descend into the lake near Benton Harbor. At first, he thought that the plane was landing, but then he saw a large fireball and realized that the plane had exploded. He informed the authorities about what he had seen, but his testimony was not taken seriously. It wasn't until 2011 that a breakthrough occurred. A man named Dennis G. Swan and his friend went underwater off the coast of South Haven, Michigan. They were looking for shipwrecks to dive to when they came across a large piece of metal. They took a picture of it and posted it online. Since then, more wreckage has been found, but the main wreckage still hasn't been located. It's likely that the main wreckage will never be found because the plane is buried deep under the sand at the bottom of the lake. Even though the wreckage was found, no one knows exactly what caused the crash. Some say that it was pilot error, while others blame a bomb. What do you think happened to Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Now check out this video on the deadliest small plane crash in history, or click this other video instead. This is the story of Pan Am Flight 7, also known as the Clipper Romance. On July 1957, just before 11 a.m., a Boeing 707 left New York City bound for Honolulu via a stopover in California. It would be a 2-day journey for the 48 passengers and crew, and they were in for a treat. They had chosen one of the most luxurious commercial airplanes aloft at that time. This 707 had been outfitted with extra care to make it the height of elegance, and the itinerary was pure indulgence. New York to California, the passengers would enjoy champagne and canapés while being pampered by a flight attendant dressed in a chic black and white uniform. The airline's advert promised a grand total of 23 hours of unparalleled comfort and luxury. From California to Hawaii, the experience only got better with private cocktail parties, gourmet meals, and even the chance to mingle with the crew in a relaxed atmosphere. Flying wasn't just a way to get somewhere. It was a celebration of life. The pilots of this flight were Captain William Hession and First Officer Robert Lind. Both men had extensive experience flying for Pan American. Between them, they had logged thousands of hours in the air and were well regarded by their colleagues. As the plane approached its layover in California, there were no indications that anything was amiss. The aircraft touched down smoothly and the passengers disembarked refreshed and ready to soak up some California sunshine. When they departed California 2 days later, excitement filled the air. There were 24 passengers on board now, along with 10 crew members. As the plane ascended into the azure sky, they were met with a cabin adorned with pink roses. This wasn't part of the itinerary, but a surprise courtesy of the captain. After all, they were now officially on island time, time where every moment was meant to be savored. As the flight progressed, a sense of unease began to creep into the cabin. A storm was brewing off the coast of California, and the captain made the decision to alter their course. This wasn't unusual. Weather was a part of flying, and the crew kept their cool. They informed the passengers about the change in their route and the expected turbulence. But then, something happened that shouldn't have. As the plane hit the turbulent zone, the lights went out, plunging the aircraft into darkness. For a brief moment, screams echoed through the cabin. Then an eerie silence descended. Outside, amidst the thrashing waves and howling winds, the clipper Romance was tossed around like a toy boat in a tempestuous sea. In the cockpit, the pilots wrestled with the controls, their faces illuminated by the emergency lights. Every jolt of the aircraft sent a fresh wave of panic through the passengers. Some prayed, others clung to the armrests, their eyes wide with fear. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the turbulence ceased. The lights flickered back on, revealing a scene of chaos and confusion. Passengers rushed to the windows, their faces pale, their eyes searching the stormy sea below. But there was nothing out of the ordinary to be seen. Had it all been a nightmare? They hoped so, but deep down they knew it was real. Their ordeal had been no illusion. As the minutes ticked by and the plane continued its journey, it became clear that the storm had passed and the skies ahead were clear. But the joy of survival was short-lived. An unsettling feeling of dread began to settle over the passengers. The absence of any updates from the crew was starting to unnerve them. What had caused that terrifying turbulence? Was the plane damaged? Were they in danger? The lack of answers only fueled their fears. Hours passed, and still there was no explanation. The passengers watched nervously as the coastline of Hawaii slowly receded into the distance. They had been flying for what seemed like an eternity, and the anxiety in the cabin was palpable. Some passengers started to voice their concerns, their whispers growing louder. The calmness that had defined the flight up until that point had evaporated, replaced by a thick fog of worry. Then, as if sensing their unease, the captain made an announcement. His voice, usually so confident, now held a note of caution. He explained that due to the storm, they had deviated from their original route and were now flying over open ocean. He reassured them that everything was under control, but his words did little to quell the rising panic. They were over the Pacific Ocean with limited visibility, battling a storm. The vast expanse of water below them, once a symbol of adventure, now represented a terrifying possibility, a watery grave. As the plane continued its journey, the storm outside seemed to mirror the turmoil in the passengers' hearts. Waves crashed against the windows, and the wind, it seemed, was trying to claw its way into the cabin. Then, as if the situation couldn't worsen, the engine sputtered. A collective gasp rose from the passengers as the plane lost altitude. The captain's calm voice returned, quickly explaining that it was just a minor technical issue, but the damage was done. Their worst fears had been awakened and trust in the crew was starting to crumble. Then came the final blow. Just when it seemed that things couldn't get worse, the captain announced that due to the engine problem, they would need to make an emergency landing in the ocean. Panic surged through the cabin. Some passengers began to cry. Others slumped in their seats, defeated. The once lively chatter had been replaced by the heavy silence of impending doom. The reality of their fate smacked them squarely in the face. They were about to ditch in the vast Pacific. As the plane hurtled towards the ocean, the passengers braced for impact. The roar of the waves filled their ears as water temperature washed over them. The aircraft nose dived into the churning water, sending a spray of salt and foam into the air. The clipper Romance, once a symbol of luxury and adventure, was now a sinking vessel of despair. The passengers were trapped inside a metal tube that was rapidly becoming a tomb. Amidst the chaos and confusion, the passengers struggled to escape the sinking plane. Some made it to the surface, gasping for breath, their lungs burning with salt water. Others weren't so fortunate, disappearing beneath the waves with the crippled 707. Of the 48 people on board, only 23 would survive, pulled from the wreckage by a Navy rescue plane that happened to be in the vicinity. The news of the crash sent shockwaves around the world. Headlines in newspapers the following day told the tragic tale of the doomed clipper Romance. The world mourned the loss of 25 people who had vanished beneath the waves, their dreams cut short, their lives snuffed out in an instant. But the mystery didn't end with the crash. When the wreckage was eventually located and brought to the surface, it revealed a scene that was both eerie and perplexing. Personal belongings of the passengers and crew were strewn across the floor, suggesting that they had been hastily evacuated. Food and dishes were on the tables as if the passengers were about to enjoy a meal. Books lay open, mid-sentence, and suitcases were left unpacked. It was as if the 25 missing people had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind only their possessions and a host of unanswered questions. What caused the sudden turbulence that terrified the survivors? Why did the plane veer off course and end up in the middle of the Pacific? And most hauntingly, what happened to the 25 people whose bodies were never recovered? These questions continue to echo, refusing to be silenced by the passage of time. Some believe that the captain, faced with bad weather and dwindling fuel, made a desperate gamble, charting a course over the ocean in the hopes of reaching land before disaster struck. Others claim that mechanical failure or sabotage was to blame, pointing to the sudden engine trouble as evidence. Still, others whisper of a more sinister plot, suggesting that the disappearance was no accident. As the years rolled by, the memory of the Clipper Romance faded into the mists of time. But the mystery of its disappearance refused to be relegated to the past. It continues to capture the imagination, spawning countless theories and keeping alive the hope that one day the truth will emerge from the depths. And here we are, still chasing those elusive answers, poring over old reports and chasing down long-forgotten leads in the hopes of shedding some light on this enduring enigma. Maybe one day the secrets held by the ocean depths will be revealed, offering closure to a mystery that has spanned generations. Until then, the story of Pan Am Flight 7 serves as a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring allure of the unknown. There are many reports of flying things in the sky that go bump in the night. Sometimes they're mistaken stars or planets. Sometimes they're weather balloons or drones. But this isn't one of those stories. This is the story of the 1979 New Zealand UFO flight encounter, and it's one of the most compelling pieces of evidence we have for extraterrestrial life. On November 1979, an Argosy freighter was flying between Tahiti and Auckland, New Zealand. The plane had a scheduled stop in Rarotonga, but the pilots decided to fly over the Kaikoura Canyon for a little excitement before landing. It wasn't planned, but they were about to get much more than they bargained for. At around 1:30 a.m., the pilots noticed something strange outside. They saw 3 bright points of light in a triangular formation descending from 20,000 feet down to 50 feet in just minutes. As they got closer, the crew could see that each point of light was about 200 feet apart, and they continued to descend slowly. The lights were a brilliant blue color, much brighter than any star, and they left no contrails behind. With their suspicions aroused, the pilot asked air traffic control in Auckland if there were any known aircraft in the vicinity. He wanted to find out if what he was seeing was normal, but air traffic control said no. There was nothing in the area except for another plane that had landed at Auckland 2 hours earlier. For the next 15 minutes, the pilots watched as these strange lights descended even further. Then suddenly, the lights split up. One went straight down towards the ocean. Another flew backwards like a shuttlecock on a badminton racket, going up and down. And then the third one turned around and headed directly for the freighter. It was at this moment that they realized whatever they were dealing with was intelligent, and it was closing in on them. All the crew could do was watch helplessly as this strange visitor approached. It got closer and closer until it was right outside the cockpit window. They said it came within 100 feet of the aircraft and hovered there for a while before moving away. They weren't sure if it was coming or going, but either way, the crew knew they didn't want to stick around to find out. They turned on all of their cabin lights and kept watching as the UFO approached. At this point, they were getting really scared because they couldn't figure out what it was or why it was visiting them. As the ship drew closer, the crew could make out details of its exterior. They saw windows, but not the kind of windows that you'd expect to see on a spaceship. These were small, individual cells. Each cell contained a person with a glowing blue overall. It looked like a massive honeycomb with thousands of cells, and each one had someone inside. The ship was so close now that the crew could see people waving at them through the portholes. And not just waving. The beings were actually trying to communicate with them in some way. They were pressing their palms against the glass, drawing pictures and making signs. The crew felt like they were being welcomed aboard, but they couldn't risk landing in the middle of the ocean without knowing what would happen. So they stayed in the air and followed the UFO. They had no idea where it was going, but they wanted to be part of whatever was happening. After a while, the ship began to rise. It moved away from the freighter slowly, almost like it was saying goodbye. The crew watched as it disappeared into the clouds above them. They had seen enough by this point, and they decided to head back to Rarotonga. Once on the ground, the crew talked to local authorities about what they had seen. They described the ship in detail, including its size, shape, and color. They also told police about the beings that had been inside, how many there were, and what they had seen them doing. But the police didn't believe them. They thought the whole thing was a hoax and that the crew had made it all up to get attention. But the crew insisted that they were telling the truth and that they would never forget what they had seen. And they weren't the only ones who saw it. A farmer named Colin Simpson was working his land when he saw a huge object hovering in the sky. He watched as it moved slowly across the horizon and then disappeared from sight. A woman named Margaret Street also saw something strange that night. She was driving home from work when she saw a bright blue light fill the sky. It was so bright that she pulled over to the side of the road and waited for it to pass overhead. There were other witnesses, too, people who saw the same thing, heard the same sounds, and felt the same overwhelming sense of awe and wonder. But the authorities didn't want to hear about it. They didn't believe in UFOs, and they didn't want their citizens talking about them. So the story of the New Zealand UFO sighting was buried. The media didn't report on it, and the government tried to cover it up. But there were too many witnesses and too much evidence. The truth is that something strange happened over New Zealand in 1979. Some say it was a military craft being tested. Others say it was a natural phenomenon. But the crew of the freighter knew what they saw. They knew it wasn't of this world. If you think about it, there's a lot of evidence that supports their story. For one, the ship was able to descend from 20,000 feet to 50 feet in just minutes. This is something that no known aircraft could do. Even if it had wings made of metal and could somehow lift itself off the ground, it wouldn't be able to move that fast without breaking the sound barrier. The ship was also able to change direction quickly and easily, which again is not possible for any known aircraft. If you've ever flown in a plane, you know that it takes a lot of time and effort to change course. But this ship was able to turn on a dime, which means it must have had some kind of advanced propulsion system. The ship was also able to hover, which is something that even the best helicopters can't do for very long. It stayed in one place while the crew of the freighter watched, which means it had some kind of anti-gravity technology. The ship was also silent, which is not something you would expect from an aircraft that was moving so fast and descending so quickly. If it had been making noise, the crew might have had a chance to react and avoid a collision. But the fact that it was silent meant that they were completely caught off guard. The ship was also blue, which is not something you would expect to see in the sky. Most aircraft are either white or some shade of gray, but this ship was a brilliant blue, which is not something you forget. The crew of the freighter knew that they were witnessing something truly amazing. They knew that they were seeing something that was not from this world. They knew that they were looking at aliens. But what did the government know? Why did they try to cover up this event? Some say that the government didn't want people to know that aliens were visiting New Zealand. They didn't want to cause panic or chaos. But there may be another reason why the government tried to cover up this event. What if they didn't want people to know that the military was testing new aircraft? What if they didn't want people to know that there were secret weapons being developed that could be used against enemies? Whatever the reason, we may never know the full story of the New Zealand UFO sighting. We may never know what really happened that night. But we do know that the crew of the freighter saw something amazing. They saw something that changed their lives forever. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the fact that we don't know the full story is what makes this case so fascinating. Maybe it's what keeps us looking up at the night sky and wondering what's up there. The crew of the freighter were brave. They could have turned away and pretended they didn't see anything. They could have ignored what they had witnessed and tried to forget about it. But they didn't. They documented what they saw and told the world what they had experienced. And because of their bravery, we are able to look up at the night sky and wonder what's up there. We are able to dream of distant worlds and the possibility of life beyond our own. Thanks for watching. Do you believe in aliens? Let me know in the comments below. And if you want to learn more about UFO sightings, check out my other videos. On October 13, 1972, Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571 crashed into the side of a mountain in the Andes. And this disaster had many unbelievable elements to it. From the start, the flight was meant to be a short one-hour trip from Uruguay's capital Montevideo to the town of Lascano, but that wasn't meant to be. A few minutes after takeoff, the pilots realized they were dangerously off course. They tried to turn back, but by the time they reached the airport, their plane was out of fuel. The pilot tried to make one final emergency landing, but the plane lost altitude, clipped some trees, and ultimately crashed into the side of a mountain. This crash was tragic, and the scene that unfolded afterwards was even worse. Out of the 33 people who were on board, only 16 survived. That's bad enough on its own. But add to the fact that those who survived had to eat the dead in order to stay alive. Let's take a closer look at this tragic event and what happened to the passengers. When the chartered plane crashed into the Andes Mountains, 16 people survived, although most of them were seriously injured. It would have been easy for them to give up right then and there, but they knew that if they did, they wouldn't survive the freezing temperatures that hit the area at night. For these passengers, survival was going to be an uphill battle. The plane had landed high up in the mountains, over 12,000 feet above sea level. This meant that the survivors were very far away from help. The nearest town was several hours away by car, and the closest hospital was even further. And with winter approaching, the odds were stacked against them. In these parts, winter temperatures often dip below zero, and without shelter, food, or warm clothing, the survivors wouldn't last long. Miraculously, they managed to stay alive for several days. Unfortunately, their joy didn't last long because it quickly became apparent that the survivors were trapped. Several of them suffered broken bones, while others had severe head injuries. And all of them were freezing and starving. As the days passed, their situation grew increasingly dire. Then they made a horrific decision to stay alive. They had no choice but to resort to cannibalism. While this is never something that should be glorified, in this case, it did keep people alive. As horrible as it sounds, researchers believe that cannibalism has played a role in human history. According to National Geographic, there is evidence of cannibalism dating back 6,000 years. The practice was common in certain tribes in the Amazon rainforest, and experts believe that it may have been used as a form of religious ritual. Cannibalism has also been documented in other parts of the world, such as Africa and Asia. In some cases, it was used as a way to gain the strength or power of the person being consumed. In other cases, cannibalism has been used as a last resort, just like it was in the case of the passengers of Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571. When people are pushed to their limits, they are capable of doing things they never thought possible. Now back to the passengers of Flight 571. After more than a week, only 8 people were still alive. By that point, they had eaten everything they could find in the wreckage, including the dead passengers. They also drank urine to stay hydrated, but as time went on, they started hallucinating. Some of them even started to lose their minds. Luckily, two of the survivors, Daniel Colata and Roberto Canessa, refused to give up. They knew that if they could get to a road, they would be able to flag down a car and eventually get some help. However, reaching the road was easier said than done. Their plane had crashed high up in the mountains, and getting down would not be easy. The two men came up with a plan. They would scale down the mountain using a rope, but they knew they couldn't do it alone. They needed help. So they woke up the other survivors and told them about their plan. At first, the others weren't convinced, but the two men insisted. One of the survivors, Javier, had experience mountaineering. He joined Colata and Canessa, and the three of them began to descend the mountain. It took them 2 days to reach the bottom, and once they got down, they had to walk along a dangerous ledge. The ledge was narrow and it was very slippery, but the men pressed on and eventually they reached a small cave. They decided to spend the night here so they could rest before continuing their journey. The next morning, they set out again, but within an hour, they heard the sound of an engine. To their surprise, they saw a helicopter. The men waved to it, but the helicopter flew past them without a second glance. They were in shock. They had been stranded in the mountains for over 2 weeks, and they had finally seen someone, but that person had simply flown past them. The men continued their journey, and they eventually found another cave. This one was bigger, and it had some natural hot springs. They spent the night here, and the next morning they left again. By this point, they were exhausted, but they knew that they had to keep going. They wanted to reach the road and get help for the other survivors, but the terrain was difficult. There were steep cliffs and deep ravines, and the men had to move carefully. Finally, after more than 2 weeks, they reached the road. They flagged down a truck and told the driver about the other survivors. The driver was shocked, and he immediately called for help. Soon, the other survivors were located and rescued. Out of the 16 survivors, 8 of them died during the ordeal. They succumbed to the harsh weather conditions and the lack of food and water. The 8 who survived did so thanks to their determination and refusal to give up. Daniel Colata, one of the men who helped organize the escape, was hailed as a hero. He had refused to give up hope, and his actions saved the lives of the other survivors. After the incident, he became a motivational speaker, and he traveled the world sharing his story with others. He showed people that no matter how difficult the situation is, they should never give up. But what caused the crash in the first place? It turns out that the pilots simply got lost. They had taken off from Uruguay and were supposed to fly to Chile, but for some reason, they veered off course and ended up in the Andes. They tried to turn back, but they ran out of fuel and the plane crashed. After this incident, the families of the victims sued the airline company for negligence. They argued that the airline had not taken proper precautions to ensure the safety of the flight, but the court ruled in favor of the airline company. This was a tragic incident that claimed the lives of many, but it was also a testament to the human will to survive. The 8 people who survived the crash and the subsequent ordeal did so thanks to their determination and refusal to give up. Their story is an inspiration to us all. Now it's time for you to make your voice heard. What's the craziest survival story you've ever heard? Share it with us in the comments below, and if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe so you never miss another adventure. On October 31st, 1999, Egypt Air Flight 990 was on its way from New York to Cairo. The plane left New York at 11:45 p.m., and for the next few hours everything seemed fine. The pilots were experienced and well-trained, and they had planned this flight meticulously. But little did they know that their flight would end in disaster. At around 2:38 a.m., Air Traffic Control in Boston noticed that the pilots of Flight 990 had turned off the autopilot mode, and moments later they lost altitude from 34,000 feet down to 17,000 feet in just 3 minutes. At 2:41 a.m., they tried to contact the pilots of Flight 990, but there was no answer. At 2:42 a.m., the pilots were still unresponsive, and the controller noticed that the plane was losing even more altitude. He asked another plane nearby to check on Flight 990, but before the other pilot could respond, the controller saw smoke in the area where Flight 990 should have been. By 2:46 a.m., the military had been alerted, and soon the wreckage of Flight 990 was found off the coast of Nantucket Island. Of the 217 people on board, only 9 survived. The question is, what caused this deadly crash? Was it pilot error, or was it something else? Well, that's exactly what we'll investigate in today's episode of Mini Air Crash Investigation. The black box was recovered first, and the data it held gave investigators their first clue as to what happened to Flight 990. When the pilots turned off the autopilot, they changed the heading to 190 degrees. This change in direction took them away from their planned route. Then, 2 minutes later, the pilots made a second alteration, this time turning the plane back to the correct heading. But then, the plane started to lose altitude again. And as the pilots did nothing to stop the descent, the plane hit the ocean. But why did they turn the plane away from its course, and why didn't they correct their mistake? Well, the answer might lie with the first officer. The first officer was a relatively new addition to the crew. On this particular flight, he was acting as the pilot flying. In other words, he was responsible for controlling the plane. But he wasn't alone. The captain was sitting right beside him, and he could take over at any moment. When the FBI analyzed the cockpit voice recorder, they heard some unsettling information. Just before the crash, the pilots were speaking in Arabic. And when they spoke in Arabic, they weren't discussing the technical aspects of the flight. Instead, they were talking about a woman who was hitting on the captain. Here's what the conversation sounded like. Quote, "The captain has a fancy restaurant and there are many beautiful women there. One of them is very pretty and she told me, 'I love you.' Then I said, 'How do I get her to like me?'" End quote. That's what the first officer said, and the captain responded by saying, "You must be worthy that she chose you. If you love her, say it." But the first officer refused, saying, "I'm afraid. What if I got her phone number and she rejected me? What would I do with it?" While this might seem like a silly conversation, it gives us some insight into the dynamics of the cockpit. With this conversation happening right before the crash, the pilots weren't focused on flying the plane. Now, this doesn't mean that the captain and the first officer were always goofing off. In fact, the transcript of the flight shows that they were doing everything right up until the point where the first officer asked the captain for his permission to allow a faster descent. At first, the captain agreed, but then he changed his mind and ordered the first officer to follow the planned descent path. It's possible that the fast-paced conversation that followed made the first officer panic. He requested a lower altitude than what they had planned. He kept asking for a lower and lower altitude, and at one point the captain said, "We've already lost 2,000 feet. As you'll come to learn, these words would prove to be prophetic. They really did lose 2,000 feet, and much more after that." At this point, the first officer was fighting for control of the plane. The flight data showed that the pilots had disconnected the autopilot system and manually taken control of the plane. The first officer was struggling to keep the plane level, and he was using every tool available to him. At one point, he used an anti-ice button on the control panel. When this button is pressed, various parts of the plane move to prevent ice from forming on the wings and the tail. But the thing is, this button was supposed to be in the off position. When the first officer pressed it, it moved from the off position to the armed position, but it never moved to the on position. And this became the focus of the investigation. Here's how the investigators think the crash happened. The first officer pressed the button accidentally, and immediately he knew that he had made a mistake. Instead of correcting his mistake, he panicked. The captain was busy going through the checklist and he wasn't paying attention. So the first officer decided to hide his mistake. He secretly set the autopilot system to descend at a steep rate. It went from 34,000 feet all the way down to 18,000 feet. At one point, the plane reached a speed of 585 knots, which is almost 700 kilometers per hour. This rapid descent broke the plane apart and it ultimately crashed into the ocean. In the aftermath of the crash, many people believed that the captain was at fault because he didn't intervene sooner. But in reality, he was completely unaware of what was happening. The evidence was right in front of him, but he just didn't know what it meant. In the end, this crash comes down to a series of bad decisions and lots of miscommunication. But it also raises another question. How often do pilots make mistakes and then try to cover them up? Well, actually quite often. Take, for example, Asiana Airlines Flight 214. This was the flight that landed at San Francisco in 2013. When the plane touched down, it skidded off the runway and crashed. 3 people lost their lives. An investigation into the crash revealed that the pilots had made a crucial mistake. They had forgotten to turn on the autopilot system, and they were trying to manually fly the plane onto the runway. But just like the pilots of Flight 990, they didn't want to admit their mistake. They were too afraid of being reprimanded. So they covered up their error. Then there's the crash of Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. This was the Boeing 737 MAX crash that happened earlier this year. When the plane went down, everyone blamed Boeing. But what if I told you that the pilots were also at fault? Here's what happened. The pilots were trying to take off, but the plane just wouldn't leave the ground. And that's because they had engaged the trim switch, which is a system that keeps the plane level during takeoff. But when the plane failed to gain altitude, the pilots knew that they had made a mistake. So instead of correcting their error, they pushed the engines to full power, and that sent the plane hurtling toward the ground. So, you see, the truth behind this crash isn't as clear-cut as some of our previous episodes. Yes, the captain and the first officer were talking about the woman, and yes, the first officer accidentally pressed a button. But why did he panic? Why didn't the captain realize what was happening? And, most importantly, what really happened to that button? These questions will keep aviation experts busy for years. Some people believe that the first officer intentionally crashed the plane. They say that he was having an affair with the married captain's wife. But if that was true, why would he have put his own life at risk? Others say that the captain was at fault. They say that he was so preoccupied with the fight with his wife that he wasn't paying attention to the flight. But that doesn't explain why the captain didn't notice that the plane had lost thousands of feet. The truth is, we may never know what really happened on Flight 990. All we can do is speculate. So I'll ask you, do you think the first officer acted intentionally, or was he just extremely negligent? Why do you think the captain didn't intervene sooner? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching this episode. If you like the videos that I make, do consider liking and subscribing. It will really help us grow. I will catch you guys next time. Stay safe. This is the host with the history, and today we're going to be talking about stardust. Now, this one has been sitting in my drafts folder for a little bit. It's actually been sitting there since last year, and every time I come back to it, I just get more and more tripped up by the lack of answers here. This is one of those cases that really has me more confused at the end than I am at the beginning. So let's see if we can shed some light on this one. On October 1947, a small passenger plane known as Stardust, call sign BSAA Flight 142, took off from Lima, Peru, bound for Pucallpa, also in Peru. There were 9 people on board the aircraft, 8 passengers and 1 pilot. They were all members of a Christian mission headed by Dr. Paul Ricks, who was also the owner of the plane. The mission had spent several weeks prior traveling throughout the jungle villages, performing medical procedures and generally spreading the good word. And when they finished their work in Lima, they decided to head back to their home base. Now, the flight itself would be relatively short, under an hour if there were no complications. But they did have to make a stop in between. Their first destination was the city of Arequipa, where they would refuel before making the rest of the journey. After taking off from Lima, the pilot of the plane made contact with Arequipa ATC and got clearance to land. As the plane flew over the Andes Mountains, the pilot reported that he was flying through some pretty bad weather, but that he could see the runway lights in the distance and that he expected to be on the ground shortly. At 7:30 p.m., the pilot reported that they were 6,000 feet away from the airport and descending, and then radio silence. The next morning, search parties took to the air to look for the missing plane. Flying through heavy fog is never a good idea, and even after the fog lifted, there was still no sign of the plane. One witness later told investigators that he saw a small plane go down into the mountains late the evening before, but he couldn't be sure because he was also in a plane himself and they were flying at night. He also said that his plane had passed near the crash site, but he hadn't seen anything until he looked out the window and saw a faint trail of smoke coming from the mountain below them. However, by the time search parties reached the location, all they found were some pieces of wreckage and human remains. One piece of wreckage in particular stood out amongst the rest. It was the emergency locator transmitter, which is basically an automatic crash notification device that's required on all aircraft. It was set to transmit on 250 Hz, which was the emergency frequency. But when the rescuers tuned in, they didn't hear any transmissions, only static. When they inspected the unit further, they realized that someone had physically disconnected the antenna wire from the transmitter. Someone had tampered with the locator, and that meant that not only was the plane not transmitting its final coordinates, whoever had messed with it may have been alive. Over the years, the case went cold, gathering dust in the files of aviation investigators until 1976, when the Peruvian government asked for the case to be reopened. That's when things got weird. You see, during the investigation, they found a metal plate inside the plane's fuselage that had a message written on it. The message was sent in Morse code and read, "Stendek." At first, investigators assumed that maybe this was a message to search and rescue teams to help find the plane. So they wondered if the S stood for Starlight, which is what the plane was called. So if that's true, the message would translate to "Starlight is descending." But the letters don't quite match up with that theory. Another thought was that maybe the S stood for smoke, in which case the message would read, "Smoke is descending." If that were the case, it might indicate that the crew saw smoke coming from the engine or something like that. But again, the letters don't quite match up with that either. And really, neither of these theories makes much sense because the plane was completely fine when it took off and they were fine until they crashed. So why would they send a message stating that they were descending when they weren't? To this day, nobody is 100% sure what Stendek means. I've done some research on this and I've seen a lot of different opinions, but none of them make complete sense. There are a few that seem plausible, but nothing concrete. Here are a couple of the theories that I found online. First is that maybe Stendek is an acronym that stands for something. The first letters of each word could spell out smoke, turn, engines, do not attempt to land, contact established. That seems plausible, but that's a lot of assumptions. Another one says that the code is actually a clue to where the plane crashed. Apparently, the letters represent locations on a map. If you take the letters and use them as coordinates, you get a location in the mountains that's not too far from where the plane actually crashed. And another person came up with the translation of "stand with God." But how does that help us? Another popular theory is that the word isn't even a word at all. Instead, it's supposed to be contact. The idea is that the operator of the radio wasn't proficient enough to send the entire word, so they just stopped at contact instead. But honestly, if you listen to the recording, it doesn't sound like any of those. It sounds like Stendak. Whatever the word means or whatever it was trying to say, there's a bit of irony here. You see, the fact that this mystery has endured for so long is partially due to the lack of information. We just don't know a whole lot about this flight, and that's led to speculation and rumors and conspiracy theories. People have come up with all sorts of ideas to explain this, but it would be nice to have a definitive answer. I mean, at least then we could put some of this stuff to rest. If you ask me, though, I think there are two possible scenarios here. The first is that the pilot got lost in the mountains and was flying around without realizing it. Maybe he was disoriented and thought that he was close to landing when he really wasn't. Maybe he tried to turn around and go back, but ended up crashing instead. Maybe that's where the Stendek comes in. But in this scenario, I don't know what that would mean. The other possibility is that the plane experienced some sort of engine failure, forced them to land in the mountains. Maybe it was a small fire on board the plane, but it's hard to imagine that being the cause of the crash because if they were on fire, wouldn't they have tried to land as soon as possible and wouldn't they have reported it to ATC? Either way, the evidence points to mechanical failure. Of the 8 passengers on board, 5 were found dead in and around the cockpit, and 3 others were found strapped into their seats in the back. This indicates that the plane went down relatively intact and that everybody stayed in their seats until the very end. It's easy to get lost in the mountains. Just ask the crew of MH370. But the Andes are a notoriously difficult place to fly through, and this crew had plenty of experience doing just that. Dr. Rice had been flying in the Andes for years, and he knew these mountains like the back of his hand. The pilot was a military pilot who had flown transport helicopters in World War II, and 4 of the 8 passengers had been pilots themselves, although they weren't flying this plane. So I doubt they were helping out. All in all, the pilot had over 14,000 hours of flight time. It's probably safe to assume that they were flying in good weather. Even if the plane ran into some bad weather while it was en route, I doubt that they would have gotten lost. Remember, this was 1947, not 1927. The instruments in this plane were likely much more advanced than the ones that were in planes a couple of decades earlier. I want to point out the fact that somebody disconnected the antenna wire from the crash locator transmitter. Was it one of the passengers? Was it the pilot? Somebody on that plane knew that they were going to crash and they wanted to hide it, but hide what? The truth is that nobody knows. But my guess is that it was the pilot. He knew that they were going down and he knew that the crash locator wasn't going to help them. So he figured that it would be better to hide the fact that they were going down rather than waste time disconnecting the wire. Why? I don't know. But if anybody knew that this plane was going down, it was him. So, what do you think happened to Starlight Flight 142? Leave your thoughts in the comments. Also, are there any other aviation mysteries that you'd like to see me cover? Let me know in the comments. Thank you for watching. Stardust of the Skyways. On January 3, 1948, Air France Flight 72 took off from Paris, France, bound for New York City. The 4-engine, 52-passenger plane soared through the sky, carrying with it dreams of adventure and romance, hopes of new beginnings and promises of homecoming. For the 48 passengers and 4 crew members on board, this flight was more than just a journey across the Atlantic. It was a passage to new lives, to new loves, and to new futures. Among them were a young couple eager to start their life together, a group of friends embarking on the adventure of a lifetime, and families bidding farewell to their homeland in search of a better life in America. They had no way of knowing that this flight would be one of the last times anyone would ever see them alive. Hours into their trip, as the plane flew over the dark and stormy Atlantic, something went terribly wrong. The pilot radioed in a distress call, his voice tight with urgency. He reported a fire in one of the plane's engines and requested an immediate diversion to the nearest airport. But before he could provide any more details, the transmission cut off abruptly, leaving the passengers' final moments shrouded in mystery. As the storm raged on, the anxious passengers waited for rescue, unaware that their fate was sealed. The pilot, Captain Jacques Lucas, desperately struggled to keep the plane in the air. With one engine failing, they were in grave danger. But as the minutes ticked by, it became clear that the damage was too extensive. The plane was losing altitude, and the end was near. As the Stardust of the Skyways began its descent into the raging sea, the passengers braced for impact. The icy waters of the Atlantic enveloped the plane, sending a spray of cold seawater into the air. In the blink of an eye, the Stardust of the Skyways, along with its 52 souls, vanished beneath the waves, leaving nothing but a trail of unanswered questions and a legacy of heartbreak for those left behind. The disappearance of the plane sent shockwaves around the world. Families waited anxiously for news, hoping against hope that their loved ones would be found safe and sound. But as days turned into weeks, the hope began to fade. The vastness of the ocean and the ferocity of the storm made the search efforts extremely difficult. And despite the best efforts of the rescue teams, the wreckage of the plane was never found. In the face of such a devastating tragedy, the world mourned the loss of these 52 individuals whose lives were cut short. Each person on board had a story to tell, a family to cherish, and a future full of potential. There was Pierre and Suzanne, a young couple who had boarded the plane with dreams of building a life together in New York. Pierre, a talented artist, had fallen in love with Suzanne, a beautiful singer, and the city that never sleeps was going to be the backdrop of their love story. Then there was Henri, a successful businessman who had decided to relocate to the United States in search of new opportunities. He had worked tirelessly to build a name for himself in France and was eager to see what new heights he could reach in America. And there was also Marie, a young mother who had boarded the plane with her infant son, leaving behind her husband who had been unable to secure a visa. She dreamed of a better life in America where she could raise her son in peace, free from the troubles of their homeland. Each passenger brought with them a unique story, a story that was forever silenced when the stardust of the skyways disappeared into the raging sea. The tragedy of Flight 72 continues to haunt the families of the victims who are still searching for answers after all these years. The sudden and unexplained disappearance of the plane has left them with more questions than answers. What caused the fire that led to the crash? Why did the pilot suddenly lose control of the plane? And why was the wreckage never found? These questions have kept them up at night, wondering about the final moments of their loved ones. For some, the pain of losing a loved one on Flight 72 is still too raw to bear. The grief of losing a piece of their soul is something they have carried with them for decades. Others have found ways to cope with their loss, cherishing the memories of their loved ones and keeping their spirits alive through stories and photographs. But for all of them, the pain of losing their loved ones on Flight 72 will never truly go away. The disappearance of Flight 72 is a tragic reminder of the unpredictable nature of life. In the blink of an eye, everything can change. The joy of a new beginning can turn into the sorrow of loss, and the excitement of a journey can become a nightmare of tragedy. It serves as a somber reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of cherishing every moment. The story of the stardust of the skyways has captured the imagination of many, inspiring books, documentaries, and even films. People have been fascinated by the mystery surrounding the disappearance of the plane and the enduring legacy of the victims. One notable work is the book The Disappearance of Stardust, written by the aviation journalist and author Brian J. Mickelson. The book explores the events leading up to the disappearance of Flight 72, the search and rescue operations that followed, and the impact the tragedy had on the families of the victims. Mickelson conducted extensive research, interviewing witnesses, poring over official documents, and consulting with aviation experts to piece together the events of that fateful flight. Another compelling account of the Stardust tragedy is the documentary Stardust, produced by the French television network TF1. The documentary uses a combination of archival footage, interviews with experts, and dramatic recreations to tell the story of Flight 72. It delves into the various theories surrounding the cause of the crash, from mechanical failure to pilot error, and explores the challenges faced by the investigators in determining what really happened. The documentary also pays tribute to the victims of the crash, many of whom were French citizens, and examines the impact the tragedy had on the families and loved ones left behind. But perhaps the most heartbreaking part of this story is the impact it had on the families and loved ones of the victims. For many of them, the disappearance of their loved ones on Flight 72 remains a source of pain and anguish. The lack of answers and the absence of closure has left them with a sense of emptiness that has lasted for decades. Some families have spent years searching for answers, while others have found ways to move forward while still carrying the weight of their loss in their hearts. As we reflect on the tragedy of the stardust of the skyways, we are reminded of the importance of cherishing every moment and embracing every opportunity that comes our way. Life is unpredictable and precious, and we should make the most of it while we can. We can also take a moment to remember the victims of this tragedy, the 52 souls who were lost in the raging sea. They were not just statistics, but real people with hopes and dreams, families and friends. And though their time on Earth was cut short, their memory lives on in the hearts of those who loved them and in the stories that continue to be told about their final flight. The story of the stardust of the skyways is a haunting reminder of the power of the natural world and the fragility of human life. As we marvel at the wonders of modern aviation, we must also remember the tragedies that have shaped the history of flight and honor the memory of those who have been lost in the skies. What do you think caused the crash? Let me know your thoughts. If you like this kind of stuff, check out my other videos. Also, hit that subscribe button because why not? Anyway, thanks for watching. See you next time. If we look at the history of aviation, it's almost painful how many crashes there have been. Even though planes are one of the safest modes of transportation out there, you can't discount all those lives lost to horrific accidents like Flight 191. That is one of the worst disasters in U.S. history, and it's why the number 191 holds a special place in the world of aviation. But before we get into that, let's take a brief look at why the number 191 keeps coming up again and again in the news. The thing about the number 191 is that it's not just one flight. In 1912, a pilot named Calbraith Fox took off from Long Island for a trip over the Panama Canal. He would be the first aviator to cross the United States if successful, but his plane crashed while he was over Texas, killing him. A few years later, an Air France plane went down because its pilot got lost in bad weather, and when they found the wreckage, they discovered that it was Flight 191. A little bit later, a Japan Airlines plane crashed during a storm, and it was also Flight 191. There are dozens of examples where a plane crashes and it's just so happened to be Flight 191. So when American Airlines Flight 191 went down in 1979, nobody really thought much of it. Sure, it was tragic that 273 people died, but there had been worse accidents before, and there would be worse ones after. It wasn't until a reporter noticed a pattern that things started to get weird. Between 1947 and 1981, there were 13 fatal crashes around the world involving an aircraft with the number 191. Some of these were civilian aircraft and some of them were military. Some of them were passenger jets and some of them were single-propeller planes. The only thing that seemed to have in common was the flight number 191. This meant one of two things. Either there was something about the number 191 itself that caused planes to crash, or there was some other factor that caused this pattern to emerge. In the case of American Airlines Flight 191, the story started back in 1978 when the DC-10 was brand new. It was cutting-edge technology and everybody wanted to fly it. But the manufacturer, McDonnell Douglas, was slow to produce the planes. So American Airlines did what any company would do in that situation. They bought a bunch of other DC-10s to keep their expansion plans on track. Now, when you buy a lot of planes at once, they don't all come in right away, so the order gets filled over time. But American Airlines was impatient. They needed these planes to stay in business, so they made a deal with another airline to rent 6 DC-10s while they waited for their order to fill. The planes were supposed to be returned in less than a year, but American Airlines kept extending the contract and the year turned into several. Now, when a plane is rented like that, the company that owns the plane does the maintenance. So American Airlines didn't know that there was a problem with the engines. Those planes came from a fleet that was known to have problems. But the manufacturer worked with the owner of those planes to fix them up before renting them out. What they did was replace the engine mounts on the planes and then put the engines back on. Well, it turns out that that wasn't the best idea in the world. The mounts were only held together by 2 bolts, and that was way below the recommended amount. Fast forward to November 1979, and American Airlines Flight 191 was taking off from O'Hare Airport. It was your typical November day in Chicago. Storms were rolling through the area, and the wind was rough. But the pilots of Flight 191 didn't let that bother them. They knew their plane inside and out, and they had flown in much worse weather, so they took off without a worry in the world. Little did they know that they wouldn't make it far. As the plane climbed into the air, the pilots heard a loud bang. Then the whole plane started to shake violently. Within seconds, the crew knew that something terrible had happened, and when they looked down, they saw that one of the engines had broken off and was hurtling toward the ground. But that was just the beginning of their problems. As the engine fell, It knocked a fuel tank loose and soon the whole thing burst into flames. Within minutes, the entire plane was on fire. There was nothing the pilots could do. They struggled to keep the plane level, but it was too late. Soon, the burning plane was headed straight for the ground. Now, normally, a plane that loses an engine is able to land safely. Sometimes planes even take off with one engine and land with the other. But in this case, the damage was too great. The fire spread quickly through the plane and the pilots had no way to control it. There was nothing left to do but try to land the plane safely. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. The plane went down in a neighborhood near the airport, killing everyone on board and 6 people on the ground. From the moment that accident occurred, people started to ask questions. Why did that plane go down? Was it pilot error or mechanical failure? Well, the official investigation determined that the cause of the crash was the same thing that plagued every other Flight 191. It was the engine mount. Remember how we said that the engine mounts on those planes that were rented to American Airlines weren't attached very well? Well, the mount failed, and that led to the catastrophic crash. But there's a twist to this tale. You see, before the accident, there had already been reports of the same issue on other DC-10s. Back in May of 1978, a United Airlines DC-10 was flying between Denver and Chicago. When the pilots were doing a routine check of the engines, they noticed that one of the mounts was bent. The pilots reported the defect immediately, but it wasn't seen as a big deal. The plane was repaired and sent on its way. But that shouldn't have happened. Bent engine mounts aren't something to take lightly. If they fail, the engine could detach and then anything could happen. But that wasn't the only warning sign. After the United Airlines incident, the FAA launched a safety investigation to find out if there were more planes with faulty mounts. Their conclusion was that everything was fine. But they hadn't finished their investigation when the accident on Flight 191 happened. Once they learned that there had been previous incidents, the FAA grounded every DC-10 in the country. Turns out they should have done that sooner. When news broke about the disaster, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe that a major airline would allow such a dangerous thing to happen, and as more and more details came out, the public grew more angry. It wasn't just the pilots who had complained about the mounts, and it gets worse. In the aftermath of the crash, American Airlines tried to pin the blame on the manufacturer. They claimed that McDonnell Douglas had built a flawed plane, but the company fought back and produced evidence that the mounts had been changed improperly. The truth was that both companies were at fault. American Airlines shouldn't have ignored the complaints from passengers and crew, and McDonnell Douglas shouldn't have allowed the mounts to be replaced in the first place. But ultimately, there was nothing either company could do to change what had happened. In the end, the disaster led to improvements in safety protocols. The FAA began inspecting planes more frequently, and airlines were more careful about which planes they purchased. But none of that could bring back the hundreds of people who had been killed. And even though the crash wasn't the fault of any one individual person, several people were blamed. The captain of Flight 191 was given most of the responsibility. That was because he had been in control of the plane at the time of the crash, and it was his job to ensure that the plane was safe to fly. The second in command had called in sick that day, so the captain had to fly with a relatively inexperienced co-pilot. Nobody knows for sure what would have happened if the other pilot had been in the cockpit. But it's possible that he might have noticed the problem earlier and the crash could have been avoided. After the crash, the captain's widow sued the airline and the manufacturers. She said that her husband had been an exemplary captain and he never would have taken off if he had known that the plane was unsafe. The lawsuit was eventually settled and the widow walked away with millions of dollars. But no amount of money could bring back the man that she had lost. Click here to watch one of these next videos and remember to subscribe if you haven't yet. On the evening of October 13, 1979, a Boeing 707 was to fly from Rio de Janeiro to Lisbon. On board were 24 passengers and 9 crew members. The cargo hold of the plane contained over 200 pieces of valuable art. The paintings were being transported in specially designed crates to protect them during shipping, and this flight was one of many that were part of the Wildenstein Art Transport Project. This project saw several flights take place between South America and Europe. These transports were created to move over 8,000 pieces of art. The total value of what was being shipped is not known for sure, but it is believed to be around $300 million. At the time, this would have been worth well over $1 billion. As the plane took off from Rio, the pilots were informed about some weather issues they might face. There was heavy rain, thunderstorms, and winds at the destination airport in Lisbon. But apart from that, everything seemed fine. The plane was loaded, and the pilots were ready to fly a route which would take them over the Caribbean. As the plane flew onwards, the pilots made a few minor alterations to the flight plan. They decided to fly further north to avoid the storms. They also requested permission to descend lower to avoid turbulence. This was approved, and they were asked to stay below 26,000 feet. As the plane flew through the night sky, the pilots were in contact with the Miami Air Route Traffic Control Center. They told the pilots about an area of wind shear that could affect the plane. Wind shear can be extremely dangerous as it can cause a plane to lose all of its altitude very quickly. If you are watching this video, then chances are you've probably experienced wind shear in the form of clear air turbulence. That moment when you're flying along smoothly and suddenly the plane drops. It doesn't feel good, and it definitely isn't good for the plane. But the pilots of Flight 967 had experience dealing with wind shear, and so they continued on their way. At 1:18 a.m., the pilots reported that they were having some trouble with their autopilot system. Nothing too concerning, but it meant that they had to manually control the plane rather than using the autopilot. If the plane had been fully loaded, then they may have had enough weight to disengage the autopilot. But this was a cargo plane that was mostly empty, so it wasn't an issue. As the first light of dawn began to break, the pilots prepared to land. They got in contact with the airport in Lisbon and let them know that they were preparing to land. They also let them know that they were going to make one pass over the city. Then they would attempt to land. The airport replied and told them to expect heavy rain when they landed. As the plane approached the coast of Portugal, the pilots set the plane into a holding pattern. This is a common procedure and means that the pilots will keep circling until it's their turn to land. They leveled the plane out at 3,000 meters and waited for the airport to tell them to come in to land. But they never received the call. While the plane was in the holding pattern, they kept in contact with the controllers. They talked about the weather, and the controllers offered for the pilots to divert to another airport, but the pilots said that they wanted to try landing at Lisbon Airport. They discussed the possibility of a lower approach to the runway, but eventually the pilots said that they would make one more pass over the city, and then they would decide if they would attempt to land or not. The airport gave the pilots the necessary information and then told them to start their descent. The pilots acknowledged the instructions and said that they would descend down to 2,000 meters. What happened next is where the mystery begins. The last radio transmission from the cockpit of Flight 967 was, "We're starting our descent." After that, silence. No one knows exactly what happened to the plane after that. Did it crash into the ocean? Was it forced to land somewhere? Did it somehow explode in the air? We don't know. Search efforts were immediately started, but nothing was found. Ships and planes searched the coastline and the waters just off the coast, but there was no sign of the plane. The only thing that was found were some pieces of debris on the beaches near Lisbon Airport. These pieces of debris were identified as coming from the plane, but other than that, nothing else was ever found. Some people believe that the plane simply crashed into the water. However, the amount of fuel that would have been on board the plane would have allowed them to fly for several hours. So why didn't they send out a distress signal if they were in trouble? Some believe that the plane was hijacked. After all, there was some extremely valuable cargo on board. But if that was the case, why haven't the paintings been found yet? One theory suggests that the paintings are still on the plane. Maybe the plane went down somewhere far away from the coast. Perhaps it crashed in a remote jungle or mountainous region. Could the paintings be buried beneath the wreckage of the plane? Another theory suggests that someone on the ground shot down the plane. Maybe someone knew about the valuable cargo and decided to shoot it down. But if that was the case, why hasn't anyone come forward with any information? There have been documentaries made about the case, and investigators have looked into various leads, but no one has been able to solve the mystery of Flight 967. Even after all these years, there are still questions that are left unanswered. Here are some of the things that we don't know. What exactly caused the disappearance of Flight 967? Where is the plane? Is it on the bottom of the ocean, or is it hidden somewhere on the land? What happened to the passengers and crew? Were they taken off the plane alive, or did they die when the plane went down? And finally, where are the paintings now? Surely something that valuable won't just disappear without a trace. As time has passed, various theories have emerged. One theory states that the plane was hijacked by the crew. Apparently, the pilot had written down a list of demands. These demands included $5 million, 40 crates of champagne, and the release of a statement from the government. But how would a group of pilots be able to bring down a plane and then land it successfully? If they had enough power to do that, then they could have just flown the plane straight into the airport. Maybe they were trying to get the plane to land safely so they could negotiate for their demands to be met. But why did they go down in the first place? Another theory is that the plane was shot down by terrorists. But who would want to shoot down such a plane, and why? Perhaps the people who shot it down weren't aware of what was on board the plane. They may have thought that it was just a normal flight. If that was the case, then who shot the plane down? And where did the people on board the plane go? It's strange that in this day and age we can't figure out what happened to Flight 967. We have so much technology available to us, and yet this mystery remains unsolved. What do you think happened to the plane? What happened to the people on board, and where are the paintings now? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, but before you do that, make sure you subscribe. It's free to do, and you'll get to see many more videos from us. So, what do you think happened to Flight 967? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching. If you want to watch another video, then check out the one on screen. But that's it for me. Thanks for watching. Leave a like if you enjoyed. And if you haven't already, then what are you waiting for? Subscribe for more content. On a Sunday morning in October 1942, a lone blimp drifted into the skies over Daly City, just south of San Francisco. It was a massive, L-shaped airship, more than 180 feet long, nearly 29 feet wide, with a maximum capacity of 60 passengers. But there was no sign of any crew on board. The gondola was empty. Nobody had been in the craft for at least 2 days. And when it finally made an emergency landing, the only people who witnessed the event were 2 mechanics working on a nearby project at the San Francisco Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company. They watched as the airship settled down onto a football field at the end of a street. It sat there motionless for a while before drifting away again and disappearing into the clouds. This is the story of the L-8 Ghost Blimp, one of the most perplexing mysteries in aviation history. On October 1942, a U.S. Navy blimp was making its way from the Naval Air Station Alameda to the Naval Air Station Seattle. It was an L-8 light transport blimp, a non-rigid airship with a distinctive L shape. Its duty that day was to transport a group of sailors to Seattle, where they would join the rest of their unit, the Navy's Patrol Squadron 9. There were 37 men aboard the airship, along with 3 crew members, a pilot, a radio operator, and a mechanic. All told, the blimp weighed more than 14 tons, nearly twice the weight of an average Boeing 737. But shortly after takeoff, the blimp was stricken with a sudden mechanical problem. The port engine failed. The crew quickly worked to isolate the damage and get the remaining engine back online, but the effort was in vain. The blimp began to lose altitude rapidly, and the crew realized they wouldn't be able to reach Seattle even if they got the engine fixed. They needed to make an emergency landing. So the crew contacted the nearest air station, NAS San Francisco, and requested permission to land. The tower gave the order to come in, and the blimp began its descent. The airship drifted through the clouds and over the city, passing over the Golden Gate Bridge and heading toward Daly City where the USS Hornet had recently docked. At 11:30 a.m., the blimp made contact with the men working on Project X-Ray, a secret mission to recover the Doolittle Tokyo Raiders. The men looked up in surprise as the blimp passed overhead. One of them, Robert J. Casey, would later recall what he saw. "It looked like a big gray ghost," he said. The blimp floated silently past the men and continued on its course. For reasons unknown, the pilot decided to pass over the ocean rather than attempt to land at the shipbuilding yard. Instead, the blimp headed out over the water, coming within just a few hundred yards of the entrance to the Golden Gate Bridge. Then it turned around and headed back toward the shipyard, now directly over the football field at the end of a street. Casey and his partner watched as the blimp made its approach. They could see the crew waving frantically from the gondola. "I thought they were trying to tell us something," Casey said. Then the blimp sat down on the grass and sat there for about 15 minutes. As the men stood by watching, they could hear the crew yelling from the gondola. Still, nobody came down to check on the men on the ground. The blimp just sat there, then suddenly lurched forward and disappeared into the clouds. By this time, word of the strange event had spread around the shipyard and a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Bystanders and shipyard workers alike stood there staring into the sky as the blimp vanished from sight. Then, just as suddenly, it reappeared high above the crowd, floating toward the south. The men watched as the blimp flew slowly over the rooftops, still with no sign of any crew. Then it turned and headed back north, passing directly over Casey and his partner once more. This time, the airship dropped lower, almost as if it were trying to land again. But instead of touching down, it shot straight up into the clouds and was gone. The men on the ground were left scratching their heads in confusion. What had they just seen? Was this some kind of new flying craft? A German Zeppelin, perhaps? Nobody knew, and as the weeks went by, the mystery only deepened. There was no sign of the missing airship or its crew anywhere, and without a crew, the airship couldn't have possibly flown itself. In the days that followed, the Navy launched an investigation into the incident. They interviewed witnesses and examined the site where the blimp had landed, but they turned up nothing. To this day, no one knows why the crew abandoned ship or how the blimp managed to stay aloft without anyone at the controls. Some believe the crew may have become incapacitated due to a leak in the airship's helium supply. If true, this would explain why there was no radio contact and why the crew didn't try to land the blimp when it became clear that they wouldn't be able to reach Seattle. Helium has no odor and is colorless, so it would have been difficult for the crew to detect a leak unless they were physically close to the source of the problem. But the men in the gondola would likely have felt fine until the helium depleted enough to cause a rapid loss of consciousness. And even then, they might have been able to keep control of the aircraft. It's also possible that there was some other explanation. Maybe a fire broke out on board the ship, or perhaps a storm knocked the crew unconscious. Whatever happened, the blimp was somehow able to stay in the air and make its way to an emergency landing site. And that raises another. Who controlled the blimp? Even if the crew lost consciousness, it's unlikely that they would have simply allowed the airship to drift aimlessly over the ocean. More likely, they tried to regain control, but were unable to do so. When this happened, the autopilot kicked in and took over. This wasn't an uncommon feature in airships, especially those used for transport. In fact, it was considered a useful tool for pilots who often used it to help conserve fuel during long flights. But the autopilot had its limits. It couldn't hold altitude, nor could it respond to unexpected changes in weather conditions. That meant the airship was only able to maintain level flight. It couldn't climb or descend, and it couldn't alter its course. Those functions were reserved for the pilot. So, while the autopilot may have kept the blimp airborne, it couldn't have flown it over the city, nor could it have brought it back to land. Something, or someone else, must have been at the controls. But that doesn't explain how the blimp remained stable. Without a crew to adjust the gas cells and ballast tanks, the airship would have been impossible to keep under control. And yet, it made a remarkably smooth approach to the landing site. It touched down gently on the grass as if guided by a steady hand. There's only one possible explanation for how such a feat could have been accomplished. The L-8 was being controlled remotely by someone or something on the ground. But who would do such a thing, and why? While the airship was approaching the landing site, two men were standing by the radio monitoring the frequency for incoming transmissions. They heard a voice over the radio and immediately reported it to the tower. But when the tower contacted the airship, they received no reply. The airship was still under control, whoever or whatever was guiding it. But nobody was there to listen to the tower's transmissions. To this day, we don't know if the Navy ever caught the person responsible for controlling the blimp. Perhaps they did, and the information has simply been lost to time. After all, this incident happened more than 80 years ago. Or maybe the person who was guiding the blimp was never identified. What's your take on the case? Was this a highly classified mission by the Navy, or just a prank by some bored airman? Either way, it makes you wonder what else we don't know about the world. How many things have been hidden from us? How many mysteries are lurking in plain sight? We may never know the answers to these questions, but one thing is certain. The L-8 Ghost blimp will continue to fascinate and mystify us for generations to come. Thanks for watching. Be sure to hit that like button for more videos like this, and let me know in the comments. The Bermuda Triangle has been shrouded in mystery since the mid-20th century. Stories of ships and planes vanishing without a trace from within its infamous borders continue to fascinate and terrify us to this day. One such incident involved a seemingly routine flight in 1948 that ended in tragedy when the plane disappeared without sending out any distress signals. This is the story of DC-3 Flight NC 16002. On December 28, 1948, a Douglas C-47, also known as a DC-3, took off from New Orleans at 9:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. At the time of takeoff, there were 32 people on board, which included 5 crew members and 27 passengers. The flight was expected to last around 4 hours and 15 minutes. The pilot, Captain Robert G. Lind, was an experienced pilot with over 12,000 hours of flight time under his belt. He had been flying for the U.S. Army Air Corps during World War II, where he flew transport planes like the C-47, which was the same type of plane he was operating on this fateful flight. His co-pilot was First Officer Gerald J. Jessen, who had less experience than Captain Lind, but he was still qualified to fly the aircraft. Their route took them over the Gulf of Mexico to Key West, Florida, where they would refuel before continuing on to their final destination, Miami. At 10:11 p.m., the pilots contacted the control tower at the Miami airport and informed them that they were approaching Key West and would be landing soon. All seemed to be going according to plan. The weather was good, and there were no mechanical issues reported. However, as the plane approached Key West, it veered off course and did not make the expected radio contact. At 11:25 p.m., the control tower at Key West attempted to contact the plane but received no response. As minutes turned into hours, the situation became increasingly worrying. The plane should have arrived in Miami by now, and the fact that there was no sign of it or word from the pilots sent a chill down the spines of those waiting. A search and rescue operation was quickly launched, but it was hindered by the lack of any information about what might have happened to the plane. There was no distress call and no indication of where the plane might have gone off course. The search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean offered little hope for finding the missing plane. Days turned into weeks, and the hope of finding the plane and its occupants alive dwindled. But the mystery deepened when debris from the plane was found on a remote island in the Bahamas, far off the intended flight path. This discovery raised more questions than it answered. How did the plane get there? Was there a mechanical issue that caused the crash? Or was there something more sinister at play? The investigation into the disappearance of Flight 1602 revealed no concrete answers. The plane's mechanical systems were examined, but no defects were found that would have caused the crash. The weather conditions were also scrutinized, but they were found to be within the limits that the pilots should have been able to handle. There was no evidence of foul play or pilot error, And so the incident was added to the long list of mysteries that have come to define the Bermuda Triangle. Many theories have been put forward to explain the disappearance of Flight 1602. Some believe that the plane simply got lost in the vast expanse of the ocean and ran out of fuel. Others believe that the pilots made a navigational error and crashed into the water. Still, others believe that the plane was the victim of something more sinister, such as a sudden explosion or sabotage. There are several reasons why the pilots may have failed to send out a distress call, even if they had realized they were in trouble. First, they may have been focused on trying to land the plane safely. If they felt that they could make it to a nearby airport, they may have decided to save their radio transmissions for that purpose. Second, if the problem was sudden and unexpected, they may not have had time to send out a distress call before things got too bad. Finally, if the problem was something that the pilots were able to correct, they may not have seen the need to send out a distress call in the first place. What makes the case of Flight 1602 particularly puzzling is the lack of any concrete evidence as to what happened. There are no transcripts of the pilots' conversations, no recordings of their communications with air traffic control, and no eyewitness accounts of the plane's final moments. All we have are the facts of the case and the theories that have been proposed to explain it. Despite the lack of answers, there are a few things that we do know about the incident. For example, we know that the plane was carrying 32 people, which makes it one of the largest disasters in the history of aviation. We also know that the plane went off course, which suggests that there was a problem with the navigation systems. Finally, we know that the plane was found on a remote island in the Bahamas, which suggests that the pilots were trying to make an emergency landing when they ran out of fuel. In conclusion, the disappearance of DC-3 Flight 1602 remains one of the most perplexing mysteries of the Bermuda Triangle. The lack of any distress call from the pilots only adds to the intrigue of the case. Did they know something that we don't? Perhaps they saw something in the sky that made them fear for their lives and the lives of their passengers. Whatever the reason, we may never know. This case is a reminder of the vastness of our world and the many things that we simply don't understand. As we look to the future, we can only hope that we will one day solve the mystery of Flight 1602 and bring closure to the families of those who were lost. The Bermuda Triangle has been a source of fascination and fear for centuries, and the disappearance of Flight 1602 is one of the many incidents that have contributed to its infamous reputation. Whether you believe that the Bermuda Triangle is a real phenomenon or not, one thing is for sure: the disappearance of Flight 1602 is a tragic reminder of the unpredictable nature of our world. As we come to the end of this episode, I want to hear your thoughts on the case of Flight 1602. What do you think happened to the plane? Do you think there was a mechanical issue, pilot error, or something more sinister at play? Leave your thoughts in the comments below, and let's discuss. If you enjoyed this episode, please be sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss an episode. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Now, here's another interesting video you might like. When United Airlines Flight 553 disappeared, 58 people were on board. No wreckage was ever found, and no trace of the plane was discovered until decades later. Click here to learn more. This is the story of British South American Airways Flight 250. This was the second disappearance of an aircraft operated by BSAA in less than a year, and this one was even more mysterious than the first. But what makes this story so sad is that almost everything we know about this flight comes from the official inquiry. No one knows exactly what happened to Star Tiger. It's never been confirmed if it crashed into the sea or if it landed somewhere unknown. This is the only photograph of Star Tiger. It was taken at Lisbon Airport on May 1947 during a stopover on a flight between Lisbon and Kingston. The picture shows the crew posing next to the aircraft. From left to right, we have flight engineer Bill Stanbridge, Captain Eric Moore, navigator Bernard Bush, and radio operator Jack Hawkins. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be posing for pictures together again. On January, Star Tiger departed Lisbon at 9:36 p.m., bound for Kingston, Jamaica. The plane had made several stops on its way here, but there were no problems. Nothing in the aircraft log suggested that there were any mechanical issues, and the weather was good. This was a routine flight. On board were 25 passengers and a crew of 6. There were also 2 dogs on board. A total of 31 people and canines embarked on what would become their final journey. As the plane reached the mid-Atlantic, everything changed. At 11:37 p.m., Star Tiger made contact with the radio operator on the Azores Islands. They were handing off the plane to the next radio station. And that was the last time anyone heard from Star Tiger. The pilots did not report any technical problems, nor did they mention anything out of the ordinary in their transmissions. There was nothing in the radio logs that suggested that something was wrong. The next morning, a ship named the New York Star spotted an oil slick in the same area where Star Tiger should have been flying. They also saw a sea full of wreckage, including parts of a fuselage and wings. But as soon as the ship got close to the debris, the wind picked up and waves as high as 30 feet suddenly appeared. The captain assumed that these sudden conditions were caused by the heavy fog. He didn't want to risk his vessel, so he left the wreckage behind and sailed away. The wreck of Star Tiger was never found. But there were questions. If the plane had indeed crashed, why was there a huge oil slick? And if the plane had broken apart in the air, where were the bodies? Or had everyone survived and made it off the plane after it landed in the water? This is where things get confusing. See, on the day after Star Tiger went missing, a Catalina flying boat conducted a search mission in the area where the wreckage was spotted. The pilot of that Catalina said that he searched the area thoroughly, but he saw no sign of a crash. He did, however, see 2 life rafts, one of which was upside down. These life rafts were identical to the ones that were on board Star Tiger. Could the plane have landed safely and the life rafts were deployed? Where were the passengers and crew? Why wasn't there any sign of a struggle? A week later, another aircraft flew over the search area to look for any trace of the missing plane. What they found was baffling. They found 4 oil-covered bodies floating in the sea. 3 of them were never identified. One was identified as a woman who was traveling alone under the name Mrs. Mills. Her body showed no signs of trauma. But how could she have died? This woman had boarded the plane in Natal, Brazil. When she checked in, she told the agent that her dog had gone missing the day before, and she was hoping to find him in Jamaica. She said that she would give the dog away if someone found him, because she could not take care of 2 animals. She then paid for a ticket for the dog and put him on board. That dog was never found either. The woman had taken a cocktail of pills just days before boarding the plane. An analysis of those pills revealed that they were barbiturates, a type of sleeping pill. Did she take too much of them? Did the other 3 unidentified people die in the same way? Were they all taking pills prescribed to them? And what happened to the rest of the passengers and crew? Over the years, many theories emerged. One was that Star Tiger had struck a rogue wave, causing it to break apart in midair. Another theory was that a German U-boat had sunk the plane. After all, this was in the Cold War era and tensions were high. Some even believed that aliens had abducted the passengers and crew. Maybe the plane had landed somewhere remote and everyone had been taken off by a foreign government. Many conspiracy theories circulated, but none of them ever really made sense. Here's the thing. Star Tiger may have been the first Boeing 377 Stratocruiser to go missing, but it certainly wouldn't be the last. In fact, another BSAA plane would disappear just a year later, and this one is still unsolved to this day. This is the story of Star Tiger, the second part. After Star Tiger went missing, BSAA wanted to make sure that their other planes were safe to fly, so they sent one of their mechanics to Lisbon to inspect their other Stratocruiser, Star Ariel. The mechanic found a small crack on the plane's wing. He didn't think it was serious, but he ordered that it be fixed before the plane took off. After it was repaired, Star Ariel departed Lisbon at 2:55 p.m. on January 1949. The plane was carrying 25 passengers and a crew of 6. At 3:50 p.m., the pilots reported that they were experiencing some turbulence. and at 3:55 p.m. they said that they were diving. That was the last transmission anyone received from Star Aerial. At first, the military thought that the plane might have struck one of the Portuguese mountain ranges, but that theory was ruled out when they realized that the plane had not gone down anywhere near Portugal. On January 1949, a seaplane was sent to search for the missing plane. And what they found was incredible. They found the entire crew and passenger manifest of Star Aerial. Everyone was strapped into their seats, suggesting that everyone was asleep when the plane went down. But they found no sign of any mechanical failure. The plane was intact. It had not broken apart in midair. The pilot had even managed to turn the plane towards land, ensuring that it wouldn't hurt anyone on the ground. It's believed that the plane ran out of fuel, but why? Did the pilot miss something when he was inspecting the plane? Did they take off with a damaged engine? We don't know. The strange thing about both crashes is that there was no distress call. If the pilots knew that something was wrong, they didn't call for help. This suggests that neither crash was caused by pilot error. But that still leaves a lot of unanswered questions. These are the only known photographs of the passengers and crew of Star Aerial. They were taken on Christmas Day, 1948. Here they are outside the airport in Lisbon. The man standing to the far left was the navigator. His name was Harold Gatty. Next to him is the captain, James Robertson. Then we have the engineer, Harry Neal. And, lastly, is the radio operator. His name was Thomas Drew. Today, the disappearance of both Star Tiger and Star Aerial remains a mystery. Both planes vanished without a trace. No wreckage has ever been found. Investigators couldn't come up with a reason as to why both planes would suddenly lose altitude and not call for help. What's your theory? Do you think both planes suffered from catastrophic engine failure? Maybe an act of sabotage brought down both planes. Do you think a third person was involved? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Before we finish, I need to apologize for not uploading last week. I was very sick and I needed to take a break. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please hit the like button and subscribe. And, as always, thank you so much for watching. Hey there, everybody. This is your host. And today we are going to talk about British South American Airways Flight 239, otherwise known as Star Aerial. This is the story of one of aviation's most persistent mysteries, and it is one that has never really been solved. Now, before we get into the details of the case, please make sure to like this video. If you enjoy these types of true crime videos, please also subscribe so you can be notified when new videos come out. So, in 1949, British South American Airways operated a scheduled passenger service from Lisbon in Portugal to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, via the Azores Islands. The first leg of the journey was performed by a member of the BOX fleet of Avro Tudor aircraft. The second leg of the flight would start at the Azores Islands and be performed by British South American Airways, who operated a fleet of the Avro Tudor. These two different legs were numbered separately as two different flights, BOAC Flight 709 and BSAA Flight 239. On the day in question, both flights took off without any problems or incidents. BOAC Flight 709, which had taken off from Lisbon earlier in the morning, arrived in the Azores Islands without any problems, and they were met by Flight 239 from Rio de Janeiro. The two crews decided to combine the two flights as per usual, and they refueled and prepared for the onward journey to Brazil. All of the passengers disembarked except for two pilots and their wives who had been passengers on Flight 239 and decided to stay on for the next leg to Rio. 28 passengers boarded the aircraft along with the crew of 6, bringing the total number of people on board to 35. At 15:38 UTC, Flight 239 took off bound for Rio. As the plane flew over the Atlantic, things went smoothly for the crew. They engaged the autopilot system and settled in for the long flight. Approximately 5 hours later, the autopilot system was disengaged as they approached their destination. But only minutes after doing so, at 20:16 UTC, Air traffic control in Rio de Janeiro received an automated signal indicating that the aircraft had reached its cruising altitude of 20,000 feet. Everything seemed to be fine. But less than 10 minutes later, the pilot reported to air traffic control that his number 4 engine had caught fire. He declared a mayday and informed the controller that he would like to divert to the nearest airport, which was Natal. Air traffic control gave the pilot all the information he needed and cleared him to land on runway 33. As the crew carried out the emergency procedure to shut down the stricken engine, the pilot informed the controller that he was on the public address system, telling the passengers that there was a slight engine trouble but not to worry because it was nothing serious. Throughout this time, the crew continued to report their position to the controller and followed his instructions to the letter. And then they disappeared from radar. Air traffic control tried desperately to raise the crew, but there was no response. They waited for 15 minutes as required by protocol before launching a search and rescue operation. As night fell, a single Wellington bomber was dispatched to search for the missing aircraft. The pilot of the Wellington searched visually for the missing airplane, but he could find no sign of it. He was forced to return to base just before midnight. The next morning, a Liberator aircraft was sent out to resume the search. But again, no trace of the airplane was found. 4 days later, the Brazilian Navy located 3 oil slicks in the sea. One of these slicks measured approximately 100 yards by 50 yards, but none of them contained any wreckage, and once again, the search yielded no results. Then came the theories as to what had caused the disappearance of the airplane. Some believed that the pilot had become disoriented during the autopilot procedure and had flown the airplane straight into the ocean. However, the co-pilot should have noticed if such a thing had happened. Others believed that the pilot had deliberately crashed the airplane because he was having an affair with one of the stewardess and did not want to live anymore. However, this theory falls apart when you consider that all 35 people on board would have died. There was no evidence that anybody had taken their own life or that anybody had been murdered. The final report concluded that the aircraft had probably been flying in cloud and the pilot had become disorientated. It said, in attempting to correct his altitude by means of the controls, the pilot inadvertently put the aircraft into a steep nosedive from which it was impossible for him to recover. But there was another similar incident involving a different aircraft from the same airline. Only months prior to this incident, British South American Airways had been operating a scheduled service from Southampton in the United Kingdom to Buenos Aires in Argentina via Lisbon. The route was being covered by 2 separate airlines, BOAC and British South American Airways. On January 1949, BOAC Flight 707 departed Southampton and arrived safely in Lisbon, where they were met by Flight 238 of British South American Airways, who would take the passengers onwards to Argentina. At 15:04 UTC, Flight 238 took off bound for Buenos Aires with 25 people on board. Soon after takeoff, the crew set the autopilot system to 20,000 feet and engaged the controls. Approximately 4.5 hours later, they were making good progress toward their destination, when suddenly the captain noticed that the outside air temperature gauge was reading negative 50 degrees Celsius. This was obviously incorrect, and he knew that there must be something wrong with the pitot tube. To verify his suspicions, the captain instructed the co-pilot to turn off the autopilot system and see whether or not the speed picked up as expected. The co-pilot did so, but instead of gaining speed, the plane began to lose altitude. The pilot quickly realized that if they didn't do something fast, they would be in for a world of hurt. So he pulled back power on the engines and pushed the aircraft into a steep dive. As the airplane sped through the clouds, the captain struggled to get the engines to spool up in an effort to regain altitude. But it was too late. The airplane hit the ocean and disintegrated on impact. All 25 people on board lost their lives. This incident was investigated, and the board concluded that it was likely that ice had formed in the pitot tubes, which led the plane to believe that it was traveling much slower than it actually was. When the autopilot was disengaged, the airplane lost altitude very rapidly, and they were unable to pull out of the dive in time. So now we have two airplanes from the same airline that have vanished without a trace. Is it possible that the same thing had happened to Flight 239? Was it simply a freak coincidence? Well, it does seem a little bit unlikely. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments below. There was another incident that occurred shortly after this one that has led many to believe that there is definitely more to these cases than what meets the eye. On February 1950, a British South American Airways flight was taking off from Lisbon. This was the sister ship of the previous two airplanes that we have been talking about, and it was known as Star Tiger. As the airplane lined up with the runway, the tower cleared Star Tiger for takeoff. The pilot acknowledged and started the takeoff roll. As the airplane accelerated down the runway, it lifted off the ground and entered the cloudy skies above. Within seconds, the radio operator heard a thump, and then the lights of the instruments flickered. The pilot immediately put the aircraft into a right bank and pushed the nose down in an attempt to arrest the descent. But it was too late. Star Tiger hit the ground running and was destroyed. Luckily, all 27 people on board survived. When the wreckage was examined, it was found that the port wing had separated in flight. British South American Airways wanted to cover up the accident, believing that it would hurt passenger numbers if people knew the truth. So they bribed the Portuguese officials to change the official report. The official report stated that the accident had been caused by structural failure of the port wing. However, further investigations into the crash revealed that the wing had not failed, but had been ripped off by the other wing as a result of violent turbulence. But the problem was nobody could explain why the turbulence had caused this damage. Here is where things get interesting. When the captain of Star Tiger landed back at Lisbon, he reported severe turbulence over the Portuguese coast, but the weather reports from the area said that there were no problems. When the captain of Star Ariel reported the same thing to the ground crew, they told him to ignore the weather reports because they were always wrong. Later, a passenger who had been on Star Ariel before it crashed said that the weather was not good that day and that the seat cushions were bouncing up and down violently during the flight. These three accidents led to the grounding of the entire fleet of Avro Tudor aircraft. And although they were later cleared to fly, the damage had already been done, and nobody wanted to get on board one of these planes ever again. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you think that all three incidents were linked, or do you think that it was simply a series of unfortunate events? I would love to hear your thoughts. Please let me know in the comments section below. Thank you so much for watching. If you like these types of true crime videos, please subscribe, and I will see you in the next one. This is the story of Flying Tiger Line Flight 282. On December 1964, a Flying Tiger cargo plane was on its way from Oakland to Manila via Honolulu when it crashed into the hills above San Francisco Bay. It was a C-123 Provider, an old military transport plane that had been converted for cargo use. The plane took off from Oakland at 9:24 p.m. On board were two pilots, a flight engineer, and two aerial photographers who had requested to be flown up the coast so they could take some photos of the storm damage caused by recent rains. Also on board were 129 cases of U.S. mail. The four crew members weren't alone. As the plane climbed away from Oakland, they saw another blip on their radar, another aircraft flying close behind them. As the two planes approached the San Francisco area, air traffic control noticed that the two planes were only 5 miles apart, so they asked the crew of Flight 282 to climb to 3,500 feet so that they could be 1,000 feet above the other plane. At 9:46 p.m., the crew of Flight 282 acknowledged the instruction and were cleared to 3,500 feet. They turned onto a heading of 270 degrees. The last words from the controller to the crew of 282 were, "Keep 1,000 feet separation on Delta 245. At 9:47 p.m., the crew of the other plane, Delta 245, reported that they had lost sight of the mountain peaks below them. And at 9:47.5 minutes, the controllers noticed that Flight 282's blip on the radar disappeared. The controllers tried to raise Flight 282 on the radio, but there was no reply. A search and rescue operation began immediately. The first thing they found was debris from the plane on the side of Mount Umunhum, about 35 miles from the airport. They then found the wreck of the plane in a remote area of the mountain. There were no survivors. The main wreckage was found 1,500 feet from the end of a 3,000-foot long, 300-foot wide, 50-foot deep ravine. The tail section of the plane was found 100 feet lower down the ravine, and the left wing tip was found about 1,000 feet away from the main wreck site. Right away, the investigators knew that the plane hadn't just fallen from the sky. There were no pieces of the plane found below the crash site. If the plane fell straight down, it would have broken up in midair. This indicated that the plane impacted the terrain at high speed in one piece and then broke apart. So how did the plane go down? The runway approach path to runway 282 was lined with towering hills. The crews of planes landing on runway 282 were instructed to make a right turn after takeoff and then climb away from the hills. If the crew made a left turn after taking off, they were to climb straight up to 3,000 feet and then proceed on their way. So the investigators looked at the terrain and determined that if the crew of Flight 282 made that left-hand turn and then flew straight into the hills, they could have been killed instantly. But the evidence at the crash site told a different story. The impact site showed that the plane impacted the ground at a very steep angle, almost like the pilot put the plane into a steep dive on purpose. The plane also didn't break up until after it hit the ground. The wings and the tail were torn off after the plane hit the ground. Also, none of the mail cases were torn open. They were all intact. So the investigators concluded that the plane must have been intact when it hit the ground, which meant that the crew didn't make a left-hand turn. And this ruled out pilot error. So what else could have caused the crash? Well, there was one more plane in the vicinity, Delta Flight 245. Maybe Delta Flight 245 collided with Flight 282, but the crew of Delta 245 said that they did not see Flight 282's lights until just before they reached the ocean. Plus, Delta 245 had strobe lights on the wingtips, which would have made them easy to see against the night sky. If the pilots of Flight 282 made a navigational error and turned onto a collision course with Delta 245, it's likely that the crew of Delta 245 would have seen the collision coming and avoided the accident. The investigators wanted to know what the visibility was like in the area. At the time of the crash, there were 3 Marine Corps stations in the area that kept detailed weather logs. One of the stations recorded that the ceiling at the time of the accident was between 2,000 and 3,000 feet, with 1 2-mile visibility in rain. Another station recorded 1 2-mile visibility in heavy rain showers. The third station, the one closest to the crash site, reported 3 miles visibility in rain showers. So while the visibility wasn't great, it wasn't so bad that the crew of Flight 282 wouldn't have been able to see another plane in the area. If the crew of Flight 282 didn't turn to the left after takeoff and they weren't flying directly into the hills, where did they go wrong? Well, after poring over the maps, the investigators realized that there was another set of hills across the bay that the crew could have gotten lost on. These hills were too far away to be seen with the naked eye, but they were clearly visible on the radar. The crew may have thought that they had more space to work with than they actually did. They may have seen Delta 245 on their radar and assumed that they had enough room to turn left, climb, and then get away from Delta 245. But they misjudged the distance to the hills. By the time they realized their mistake, it was too late. They were already committed. To this day, we don't know if this is what happened. This is just the best guess of the investigators. Even though it makes sense that the crew got lost and misjudged their distance to the terrain, there's no physical evidence to prove it. All we know is that Flight 282 impacted the hills at 190 knots, which is 220 miles per hour. The plane went through the hills like a knife through butter. The pilots likely had no idea that there was anything there until it was too late. In the end, the NTSB ruled the crash as being caused by the crew becoming disoriented and flying into the hills. But many people disagreed. Many people believed that Delta 245 was responsible for the crash. Even the chief pilot for Flying Tigers felt that Delta 245 was responsible for the crash. He felt that his crew got lost because of the other plane. Here's what he told the NTSB. Had they not done so, it is my opinion that our pilots would have continued on a course which would have kept them clear of all terrain and over water, where possibly a different decision might have been made to turn back to the airport, or to hold over the ocean pending a clearance for an alternate airport. But the investigators weren't having it. They rejected his statement and stood by their report. It didn't help that Delta 245 was never investigated. Delta 245 landed safely after Flight 282 disappeared from the radar. No one ever looked into what they did or why they were so close to another plane. And, believe it or not, this isn't the only time that something like this has happened. Back in 1972, a DC-8 cargo plane crashed into a hill near Chicago. The crew of the plane became disoriented and ended up flying into the ground. And once again, there was another plane in the area that might have contributed to the crash, but it was never investigated. Today, technology has advanced and things are much better. We now have terrain warning systems, ground proximity warning systems, and most importantly, we have TCAS. TCAS, or the Traffic Collision Avoidance System, is probably the most important invention in aviation since it helps us avoid collisions with other planes. TCAS is incredibly effective, and it works in 3 different modes. The first mode helps the pilot avoid traffic when the pilot has visual separation. The system alerts the pilot with a visual and auditory TA, and then a command to climb or descend. The second mode comes into play when the pilot has limited visual separation. In this case, the TCAS system uses its onboard radar to warn the pilot of impending collision. The final mode is used when there's no visual or radar separation. The TCAS system uses its onboard GPS and database of airports to warn the pilot of potential conflicts. These 3 modes, along with good old-fashioned piloting skills, keep our skies safe. Now, while these systems are pretty foolproof, they do have a few flaws. For example, the system won't warn the pilot of terrain that's lower than 50 feet above sea level. This means that pilots will still need to pay attention to terrain warnings from air traffic control. So, what can we learn from this? Well, flying is safe, but it's never completely safe. Even when you're flying around your local area, you need to keep your wits about you. You should always be aware of your surroundings. Just because you're not flying in the middle of nowhere doesn't mean that you're safe. Always have a plan in place in case things go south. Finally, if you're flying at night, you should always fly with anti-collision lights. Anti-collision lights are those bright flashing lights that you see on other planes at night. Flying without anti-collision lights is illegal in most places. But besides that, it's just plain stupid. That's all for today. Thanks for watching, have a great day, and I'll see you next time. Hey guys, if you want to support the channel, you can do so by buying a t-shirt or by making a one-time contribution. Your name will be added to this list right here. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. This is the story of United Airlines Flight 629. On May 1955, a DC-7 was flying from Chicago to Cleveland with a stopover in Indiana's capital city, Indianapolis. The plane took off from Chicago at 8:55 p.m. with 43 people on board, which included 6 crew members. Their first stop was going to be Indianapolis International Airport, where they were scheduled to arrive at 10:10 p.m. But at 9:58 p.m., the crew received a weather report from Indianapolis, and the captain decided to divert to Columbus. The weather in Indianapolis was bad, and the captain didn't want to waste time in a holding pattern, so he decided to go to an alternate airport that had better weather. This airport was just 80 nautical miles away. As the plane flew through the night sky over Indiana, the pilot put out a coded transmission that read, "Wheels are spinning." This was code for, "We're gonna have a rough landing." Now, this transmission was picked up by another United flight, but that flight did not know that the other flight was using code words. They assumed that the pilot was serious and that he was having a real issue, so they reported this to their superiors, who then alerted the authorities. By the time the pilots realized what had happened, it was too late. The authorities were already looking for a crashed United plane. At 10:32 p.m., two F-89C jet fighters from the 31st Fighter Interceptor Squadron, based out of Lockbourne Air Force Base, were scrambled to intercept the wayward United DC-7. The pilots of these jets were told to shoot down the plane if necessary. Yes, really. When the pilots of the fighter jets approached the DC-7, they found no sign of distress. Both the pilots and the cabin crew were waving to the fighter jets. They wanted to talk to them, but the fighter pilots could not hear anything the men on the plane were saying. To make matters worse, the radio operator on the DC-7 thought that this was a hijacking attempt. He repeatedly asked the pilots if they should take evasive action, but each time they replied that there had been a misunderstanding. As the drama continued to unfold, a third plane was scrambled, an F-89D Super Sabre. As you can imagine, the authorities were less than impressed by all of this. They grounded the captain of the DC-7 and launched an investigation into the incident. The captain was later fined $2,500, which was a lot of money back then. This incident led to new regulations regarding code words that pilots use. No more pilots can just say that they're spinning wheels whenever they feel like it. There's also a new rule, which states that pilots have to be careful about transmitting messages that sound like a distress call. This is because air traffic controllers have to take every potential emergency as seriously as possible. Just think about it. If you were an air traffic controller and you heard a pilot say that his or her wheels were spinning, what would you do? You would likely send out fighter jets, just like in this case. Now, before we continue, make sure to give this video a thumbs up. Also, let me tell you something. Now back to the video. But what if I told you that this wasn't the real reason why the captain sent out that transmission? You see, after the captain was fined, and after the media had finished feasting on this juicy story, the truth came out. It turns out that the captain was stressed beyond belief. He had flown a total of 32 hours in the previous 10 days and was very exhausted. He had started out as a pilot in World War II and had flown bombers over Europe, and this gave him a deep-rooted fear of being shot down. This fear may seem irrational to us, but back then shooting down planes was a normal occurrence. The captain was so worried about being shot down that he even carried cyanide capsules with him just in case he was taken captive. He believed that it was better to die by his own hand than to be captured by the enemy. On the night in question, he had been flying in bad weather, and that reminded him of the war. This made him nervous, and he started to sweat. He was scared, and he thought that the plane was about to crash. That's why he sent out the "wheels are spinning" transmission. He was so scared that he even forgot to put his sunglasses on backwards. Usually, when he got nervous, he would flip his glasses upside down, but he was so flustered that he forgot. Later on, when the fighter jets approached the plane, he noticed his mistake and flipped them upside down. Now, why did he choose to lie and say that it was just a joke? Well, that's because of something called the Chicago Convention of 1944. This treaty stated that pilots could not surrender their planes without permission from the Federal Communications Commission. So he knew that if he admitted to the authorities that he was mentally unstable and that he had a lapse in judgment, then the plane would be confiscated. He couldn't afford to lose his plane. In fact, he had taken out a large loan just so he could buy this one. So instead, he lied and said that it was just a joke. When the investigation commenced, he stuck to his story. He claimed that he had just been joking around and that there had been a big misunderstanding. Now, why did the investigators believe him? Well, that's because of something called confirmation bias. Once they had decided that he was lying, they ignored any evidence that proved that he was telling the truth. All of the evidence that pointed towards his innocence was ignored. They wanted to find him guilty so badly that they were willing to ignore anything that pointed towards his innocence. Now, moving on to the crew of the fighter jets. How did they feel when they learned that the man they had almost shot down had been joking? Well, the pilot of the Super Sabre, Captain Harold Fisher, later said, "I felt pretty foolish. I thought I was going to get the guy who hoaxes an emergency and causes the state to scramble 2 jet fighters and tie up a lot of time and gas. It turned out to be a gag. We were all pretty sore at him for a while, but later we sort of forgot about it." The other pilot, Lieutenant Junior Grade Richard H. Sheeter, said, "It certainly was a lark. I was surprised when I talked to him. He was very calm and very collected. I said, "What's your trouble?" And he said, "Sorry, my light bulb burned out and I was kidding around." Then I thought it was pretty funny. And that's the thing. The crews of both planes remained calm. Throughout the ordeal, the pilot of the DC-7 was sweating and was very nervous, but he still managed to remain calm and in control. Same goes for the pilots of the fighter jets. They had a potential emergency on their hands and they responded correctly. Had this been a real emergency, then the passengers on board the DC-7 would have likely survived. And that's the thing. In emergencies, it's important to remain calm. Your reaction can be the difference between life and death. All of the men involved in this incident were extremely lucky. The pilot of the DC-7 lived to tell his tale. The men on board the fighter jets never had to fire their guns. And the passengers on the ground in Indianapolis and Columbus never had to worry about being bombed. This could have been a very different story. But thankfully, it wasn't. Now, moving on to the pilot, some people believe that he shouldn't have been fined at all. He was obviously not himself and needed help. Others believe that he should have been fired on the spot. Flying a plane is a huge responsibility, and you cannot afford to be joking around. I'll ask you, what do you think he should have gotten? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Also, before you go, make sure to give this video a thumbs up. Subscribe if you want to see more videos like this. And, as always, guys, stay safe.